Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? It is Monday, isn't it? Start of a new week. Hope you are doing good. First one in today, none other than Sana Luni. Welcome in. First time chat as well. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate ya. Hope you're doing well. We also got Spectacular in here. Nice to see you, man. How's your day going? So far so good. Can't really complain. Woke up kind of early today. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Hope you guys have had a good weekend. Were you guys up to anything fun? This is a thing. Why am I lurking here for 7 minutes already without a message? Well, you know, that's your problem, man. Oh, that's kind of funny. Hope you're doing good, Spec. Yeah, no, it's been a thing for a little bit. I have the bots automatically keep track of everyone who gets here first. At some point, I think we should set up some kind of like leaderboard thing where you can do some command in the chat to see like the top 10 in terms of arriving first or whatever. Because some people are high up there. I think Ginseng or gamedev is probably in the lead. I think both of them are like around 13 times or something that they have been first to the stream. But currently with StreamBot, I'm a little bit unsure. Obviously I can do it since you can use C# for StreamBot. Basically anything is possible. But I still haven't really figured out how to loop through all of this data. Because the issue is that I don't save this in a JSON file or anything. So I actually save it in StreamBot as a global variable or something they call it. And I just haven't been able to really figure out how to do it yet. We'll see at some point, maybe if we have code with TD in here, we might double check with him and see if he has any good idea of how to solve it. For anyone who doesn't know, Code TD is another streamer here on Twitch, and he is actually one of the like developers or whatever of StreamBot, so I imagine he shall have a bit of knowledge. Now I want this sandwich cake that you showed in the intro. Dude, sandwich cake is the shit, man. It's really good, I promise you. Like I mentioned in that clip as well, it looks weird. It looks a bit weird if you're not used to it, but it legitimately is a really good meal, not gonna lie. It is more of a meal though, it's not really... Like, the name kind of tricks you a little bit, because you hear cake and you go, oh, that seems like something sweet and whatever. Which, it really isn't. But it's really good. Swedish classic, eh? Where did you come from, Sanalini? If you don't mind, of course. So, what did I do during the weekend? I didn't do too much in the game. I did start actually putting together a little bit of a pitch deck, which is something I showed the other day on stream. Well, I showed the idea of it, where we're looking at this template for pitch decks, which looks something like this. So this was someone who had posted on Reddit, I think, a full pitch deck. Very sophisticated, very professional. I probably can't do it this good, but I started just for fun getting a little bit of this together. So we have, we got a little elevator pitch going here with like just the overview of the game. Started trying to figure out, well, this is the thing, I also need to figure out like, here, timeline. I'm not fully aware of my timeline. But I think we have a general idea where we want to go. Also got the trailer in here, so you can show that one. So yeah, obviously this is not fully like fleshed out yet, but we're getting there. So I started doing some more like custom art stuff for this, just to make it look a little bit more interesting. So I think I'm gonna steal another one from this one, to be honest, because it looked quite good, doing this timeline thing with like the arrows or whatever. This I find it hard, like estimating budget as well as stuff like... yeah, the market opportunity and competition. This is a little bit tricky. I mean, we can definitely find some data on like the similar games that are out there. Some big ones, say like The White Room by Rusty Lake, maybe even throw like 5 Nights of Freddy's in there. Also do some of those smaller ones that are relatively similar. I think Repose is a good game. It's not a point and click game, but it's also in a classic genre. For anyone who doesn't know, Repose is like, rather than point and click, it's more of a dungeon crawler, which is obviously a quite classic one. So, and it has 1-bit art style and also a horror game, so it feels quite similar, so I think we should be able to put that one in here as well. Do something like this, like, I don't know, maybe show some screenshots and just show the general stuff you do in the game, maybe. Could be good, potentially. Like I said, this also does not have to be perfect right now. I don't really care about it that much. Like, this is just to have something. I'm from Russia, but don't worry, I'm against all the shit that's going on. Oh, no worries, no worries. Why not Figma slides? Is that good? I have never had any experience with Figma slides. I haven't really used these Google, I think this is called Google Presentations, if I'm not mistaken. So far it seems to work quite well though. Nice that you can throw in little videos and GIFs and stuff as well. Would you say that Figma is better? Is that the same Figma where you do like, where you can do vector art and stuff? I know some game developers use that for like vector art. I didn't know you could do this kind of stuff in it too. What's up, Runeson? How you doing? Welcome in, man. That perfect pitch deck example, where was that from? I think it was from some Reddit post. Someone said that apparently he had gotten a lot of positive feedback back from publishers saying that this was like one of the best pitch decks they had looked at. So he decided to share it in one of the game dev communities on Reddit, so people can learn from it. Obviously there is some redacted stuff here, so I think when you look at the budget you can see that obviously it's hiding what the actual budget was, but in general this gives you a very good overview of like how you can structure this stuff. And the reason why I said we might do some less known games here as well, because I saw in the comments on that post that a lot of publishers said that one of their main pet peeves when they see people do stuff like market opportunity slides or whatever, is that all they do is list like the massive success games that are like millions of sales worldwide and stuff. And a lot of people actually mentioned that the fact that you have some like smaller games in here is really nice to see. So yeah, if anyone is curious, I can link the pitch deck here if you want to have a look at it as well. Interesting to not include a price point in there. Oh, that is true. I actually didn't think about that. But that is correct, right? He actually doesn't talk about the pricing of the game anywhere. I suppose there could be maybe the reason for it could be that depending on the publisher deal and stuff, potentially maybe they would affect the price a little bit. Maybe that could be a factor. This is obviously me just throwing out a hypothesis here, but maybe. For what you use a pitch deck for potential publishers? Yeah, so this is basically if you want to reach out to a publisher or something, usually it seems like they would be looking for a pitch deck to get like a overview of the game, and then also, you know, a playable build so they can test it out. So that's why I thought, like, you know, this is not something I have to do now, but I do think it could be pretty good to have it ready. You want to publish it then, eh? I actually don't know. I'm gonna be quite honest here. I have not fully decided. I was very much in the mindset that I was going to self-publish this game. However, I have not reached out to any publisher, but I did potentially have a publisher who reached out to me. So what happened is that they asked if I had a pitch deck or a playable build, And that's when I was like, oh, well, I barely even knew what a pitch deck was, let's be honest. So all I could send them was a playable build of the game. And that's when I kind of thought, like, whether I'm going to go with a publisher or not, having something like this ready, if opportunities like these arise, is probably good. Whether, in terms of like whether or not I want to go with a publisher, I do. Yeah, like I said, in the beginning, I was very much thinking of self-publishing this game. The more I thought about it after they reached out to me, I had to kind of really sit down and think about this, because it's not a super simple answer whether you want to go with a publisher or not. But I do think, like, depending on the deal, I don't see why I should not go with a publisher if I have the opportunity. If the deal is good enough, like for example, even if they take a relatively big cut of the sales of the game, if I would say that I would get a cash advance so that I basically would be paid back for the amounts that I've invested into this game, that would already be a success for me, whether then they take a cut of the sales or not. Because let's be honest here, if I self-publish this game and I make my money back, I would be happy. Even if I don't earn money, even if I don't make money, if I just get my money paid back to me so that I basically go plus minus zero, you know, that still means that my time has been bought back and I can now take another year to invest into making a new game or something. So in some regard, like, if I get some type of publisher deal who can basically guarantee me that I'm gonna get paid back and potentially, you know, also earn a bit extra on it, it seems like it could be a pretty good deal. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't fully decided. I'm gonna have a meeting with them quite soon. I'm not gonna go into too much detail as of right now, but we'll see. We're just gonna, you know, I'm gonna have an open mind. That's what I'm gonna have. I agree with that. Honestly, it's a form of GDD, yeah, though likely only buildable further into development. Yeah, I suppose you can do it early on as well, but just like showcase kind of the idea, because technically I am early in development too, right? This game is as well. They are saying that they are in a alpha stage, so I assume this is still quite early. Obviously, it looks like we have some stuff fleshed out here, but you also never know how much of this is like smoke and mirrors or whether it is actually functional, like when they recorded this. Hard to say. But just I think that it's fine to, even this, like doing just, even if you don't have art, at least just throwing in some concept art is probably fine. Just to be able to give some idea to potential investors, funders, or publishers, whatever it might be. Tell us even yourself where you want to go, which can be useful to decide your end scope so you don't feature creep yourself. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Even if I'm probably not going to use this pitch deck for this specific meeting or whatever, since it's basically already scheduled, I think it could be a good practice for me to just throw this together, because, for example, here, timeline. This also forces me to actually take some time to really consider what my timeline for this game is, which is obviously something I think about every now and then, but it is very different actually putting it on paper. Do you know what I mean? What's up, Heather Cannon? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Probably not allowed to go into that detail yet. Yeah, no matter what, you know, I'm not gonna share any details unless things go through. There's really no reason to. So that's why I am speaking quite vaguely of it, but yeah, all I'm gonna say is that I'm gonna have an open mind. That's really all I can say for now. Jonas Tyroller says that a good set of design pillars is less about you knowing what you want to do. It acts as a filter against all the things you don't want to do when you start to get feedback. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. Do you have any demos that we can play now? So I do. So this game actually started off as a game jam, which we, Flex ended up winning. So the game jam version is still up on itch, and then other than that, I also do have a playtest build up on Steam. However, that is closed playtesting, so it's not currently open to the public. But if you are interested, you can play the Game Jam version here on itch. Just obviously keep in mind that the Game Jam version, that's made in like 1 month. It does not fully represent where I'm gonna take the full game, just as a little disclaimer. And then if anyone is interested, you can also apply to start playtesting the game, and whenever more slots open up, you might be considered. And then of course at some point, currently my goal is probably to try and have a proper public demo out for Steam during like the next fest in October. That's kind of my target as of right now. Well, it's not less, it's just both. I managed to stay out of jail, so it was a good weekend. Let's go, man. Yeah, so we could do a little bit of work on this. Like I said, we don't have to like fully polish it up for now, but could be interesting just to discuss a little bit about the, the potential direction of this game and stuff. Other than that, we still are playing around with keybindings in the game, which I think is something we're gonna do as well. And then we have this as well. So I made it so we can now move items around in the inventory and like reorder them and stuff. However, you do it by double clicking, right? You select one item, you click on another one. I think we want to make it so that we actually have a drag and drop system, because it would feel a lot more fleshed out. So I do think that's something I want to do as well. But for now, I think getting some keybindings in to test it is the most important thing. But I might do a little bit here, at least maybe finish the timeline thingy.
Oi, what's good?
What's up, Spec? Checking in. First place in those jams, I guess me too, but don't hold that too much. Just a forcing function to build something. I've joined the current one too, though I don't know if I'll hit the deadline. Started 2 weeks late. Best of luck, Runeson. No, and it's also absolutely fair to say that although, I'm very proud over winning this game jam, but obviously there is a caveat here. It wasn't a massive one. There were like 7 games in the jam. It wasn't like it wasn't the GMTK jam with like, tens of thousands of people in there. So it's, obviously there's a bit of a disclaimer around it. However, I'm still very proud of the fact that no matter what, not only did we get first place overall, I got first place in every single category. And, as my first game jam, I'm pretty damn proud of that. Damn, I always get the it's random, it's fate, man. It's fate. I think I actually made a new background for this one as well. Let me quickly have a look. Okay, we can do first, I think we're gonna do... What's this timeline? Let's do... I don't know, like this one or something. And then we go, I think, boom, boom. Put this at the back. Just have some background. We're gonna look a little bit pretty as well. And then, I think I did some here, pitch deck, timeline. Boom. So did you guys do anything fun this weekend? I know that Hadouken stayed out of jail, which is nice to hear. Anyone else had any fun stuff going on? Oh, whoops. Not what I meant to do. How did they do it here? I think they did dates and then the other stuff on each side, right? Okay. I'm thinking we just go with the same shit, you know? We both made a good product in the scope of the time we had. Yeah, I think that's a big thing in general when it comes to game jams, right? I feel like half of the difficulty of having a, you know, successful game jam or whatever you want to call it is actually just picking the game to make, right? Long weekend for me, so I'm happy to be off today too. Ooh, nice. Not bad, Runson. I'm not entirely sure how I want to do this. I'm just trying stuff out. Wait, can I not change the spacing? Is it just me, or is that fucking perfect? That was kind of accidental. It actually looks perfect. Have you tried codecs before? I have not. I do not think I know what codecs are. Maybe this background is a bit much. I don't know how to select something that's behind this now. I feel like maybe I should have just done this in, like, GIMP, to be honest, because I know how GIMP works more. Right, can I see... It would be sick if I could get, like, the layers here. But I have no idea how that works. Change the layouts. That's different. Theme, bum bum bum. Must be a way. Right? I don't know. Check the link I sent you on Discord. It's a gamedev tracking tool built by gamedevs for gamedevs. Trello replacement. You probably wouldn't need a paid version, honestly. Oh, I see. Wait, maybe I have heard of this one. Better games in a better way. Project management tool that feels just right, all in one place to support GDDs, tasks, milestones, asset pipelines and much more. So I suppose the first question is, does this offer me something I don't get from Notion currently? What would be the... is there an advantage to using this instead? Because currently I use Notion for all this stuff, so I have my, like, you know, my dev board here with the full backlog of everything I have to do and so on. And I also do... you know, I have my game design documents, my update logs, and all of this kind of stuff here. Note-taking, and so on. Are those Notion, not Trello? Yeah, Notion is currently the only one I've used. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Obsidian as well. The only thing I kinda miss sometimes, maybe, with Notion is the fact that I cannot do like flow charts and stuff. I do think Obsidian have something like that. They have some like canvas, I think they call it. That might be one of the few, but I think I could get that here too, because if I wanted to, I think I can pass in a mirror board, which I think is the same thing. I think this is like a third-party menu. I can get Trello in here as well. So I think there are ways to get around it though, just haven't played around with it. So far though, I am quite happy with Notion, to be honest. Mirror is a whiteboarding tool. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Like something like that more visual, I suppose, is kind of the thing I currently don't use this for, that maybe at some point could be interesting, could be useful to have. But yeah, as I said, at that point I think we can just use mirror, right, inside of... How does that actually work, out of curiosity? What happens if we try adding this one? Okay, I need to embed WatchStreet mirror boards links with public access enabled. Okay, so yeah, I still need to make it through Mirror, I suppose, but I can embed it into Notion if I want to. I think that's how it works. I think the difference is probably just purposely built versus built by you. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, just the thing for me that becomes, even if these offer me better tools and stuff, whether it's this or something like Obsidian or whatever it might be, the thing we also have to consider is that I already have a lot of stuff in Notion, and that now means that I also have to like move all of this stuff over to the new tool, right? Can I do this out of curiosity? No, okay. Which, you know, that's it should be time and effort as well, right? Not saying that that doesn't mean that it should be worth it. If it's something that's obviously better, then it might very well be, but that's something to keep in mind, I suppose. But do you use Codec, Runson? Oh wait, there's not really any reason where I should mention each month if I didn't do anything. But I don't know how to do this, so okay. Because I did...
Hey, Svejsan.
What's up, Checks? Welcome in, man. Because I did the game jam in October, but we finished it for... what? November, right? So the game jam was kind of in between here, wasn't it? But that was the game jam. I need to do it here. Campaign level, so this is just what they are working on. I don't even know if it's worth saying it was started as a game jam, but why not? Feature complete. Closed community testing. This we recently started as well. I think that was in April, if I'm not mistaken. Campaign mode complete. What is the definition of feature complete? I suppose it is that you might be lacking a bunch in terms of content, but all the like mechanics and features are done, right? A feature-complete version of a piece of software has all of its planned or primary features implemented. but is not yet final due to bugs, performance or stability issues. This suggests at the end of alpha testing in development. Okay, so I would probably say then that we are like basically working our way towards having a feature complete version. That's kind of where we are at the moment. And then going into beta would basically be the start of building content. You probably need quarterly timelines, possibly a different layout, keep it high level. Wait, what you mean? I'm not sure I'm following. I love that emote. Oh, do you? The Viking one? Same one from the GIF, the alerts, the sub alerts. That was for the monthly breakdown. Okay, so you mean like doing it more? Just, I don't think, I think it's fair that I don't need to do this. Just they don't either, right? December, February, April, May, June, July. Like this is not month by month. I think that's unnecessary unless I have something specific I want to say. Otherwise, there's no reason to mention every single month. Scheiße. Pick the thing you want to say, add a month or quarter to the timeline based on it. Yeah, exactly. I think that makes more sense. So, question is, how did we get where we are today? Today, we have basically started closed community testing. I don't know how much detail I should go in here. I'm probably overthinking this, because we could do a lot. Like, it could go, you know, we had the game jam, and then what did we do after the game jam, really? If we're being honest, what we did was a great, like, code refactoring. I spent very long time refactoring and building tools. It's kind of what we did. Kinda polishing as well. But this is really what we've spent most time on. Refactoring, building tools, and polishing. I was born, yeah, exactly. Started streaming and slowed everything down by talking to Twitch chats. Was that going that? Well, the thing is that started even before here, because I did the entire game jam on Twitch as well. So then we need to go before October. Oh, well, technically October is when I started. I went full time in October, didn't I? I think I did. I think there's a better way to say those things. I was reading that and I was like, why do I care? Yeah, I think you're probably right as well. I don't know what the better thing would be. But there probably is a better way to phrase it, so to speak. Because the thing is that the reason why I still think that potentially this could be interesting to explain is the fact that otherwise it's very possible that someone might look at the current month and be like, you've worked on this since October and there's no content whatsoever. What the fuck have you done? And it's like, you know, this is what I've been doing. I've been making like the actual, the tools and systems and the getting it to the point where we are going to have a very good workflow in terms of making the game. Good catch that, Criminal Odin. Good catch, absolutely. You are absolutely correct. How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Let's do this. Let's go over to the VOD channel. Also, has anyone missed it? If you have, did you know that I just released my first little devlog to YouTube? It's currently sitting at almost 2,000 views 5 days ago. Exclamation mark devlog in the chat if you want to have a look. Okay, but on the VOD channel we can basically get a pretty good overview. So, 7 months ago we started with a game jam. 16th of October I did a first game jam stream for Shroud of Gloom. The last game jam stream was 8th of November. That's when we did the game jam version. And then, what did I do? Refactoring, refactoring, events and refactoring, refactoring, refactoring. There's a lot of refactoring. Brainstorm and polish, game design document, Steam research. Oh yeah, wait, we got the Steam page up. That's probably important. Maybe. January 2025. Maybe. That might be an important detail. Steam page launch. Steam page live. I don't fucking know. Steam page published. May, I learned what year it is. Yeah, exactly. Just add coffee break. That's a very good one, to be honest. How you doing, Wolfie? It's nice to see you, man. I'm willing to bet you did more than just refactoring. Oh no, yeah, for sure I did. But a big portion of it was refactoring. Because I certainly didn't make content, right? What does the square circle mean in the password code? Oh, damn, you made it... Oh, you made it quite far. You're almost there. Good job. Should I say? Should I say? Arthur Shoots. You absolute legend. 4 months already. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much. Indeed, 4 whole months. Thank you so much, Arthur. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot, man. Hope you're doing well. Time flies indeed. Appreciate you, man. I really do. Get that shield, get those emotes. Let's go, man. Closer to the supporter list as well. Let's fucking go. Okay, let's see here what Runesun sent me. Yeah. Why I can't crash the... Oh, why I can't smash the wine glass with the hammer? Because time. Holy shit, okay, it was close. It was very close, man. 99.8%. Okay, that was even closer than I thought it was. Holy shit, man. Oh, yeah, wait. Because you had 4 months, but you've gifted a sub before, haven't you? Yeah, that should... Yeah. Shepard, was someone trying to swat your face? Yes, that just happened. Speedfeld 0? No, Runesun. You subscribed some time back. I don't remember if it was a Prime sub or a normal one, but I remember. Yeah, I think it might have been a Prime sub. You know, that goes into the supporter system as well. Whether you pay money or not, it's still support to me, so it should be represented. Sanalini, there are some of those, interactions that definitely are missing. It's something I'm gonna take more time considering for the full version of the game. Thank you, Runeson.
All my bits belong to you.
Cheers, man. For the 100 bits. 106, actually. 106. Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate it. Dude, we got a hype train going now. Let's fucking go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all of you. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm just gonna... And also, yeah, the bot is a bit weird when it comes to bits. It says you gave 1.06 bits, but, you know, it gets registered correctly. You know, that's the important thing, right? The bot is just a little bit wacky. I don't know who made him, you know. But yeah, in terms of the interactions, Senalini, I do think we're gonna make sure that everything that feels like you should be able to do, you probably should be able to do in the full game. But this is also why I did give the disclaimer that the Game Jam version obviously does not... Like, that's a game I made in 25 days. So it's not gonna represent where I'm taking the full game, which, you know, as of how it looks right now, I'm gonna spend more than a year on. So... there's, you know, there's a big difference in time, basically. Okay, we got an ad break running. Sorry about that one. Thank you for your patience. Making a publisher pitch deck. Part of the timeline was when I put building tools and refactoring after the initial Game Jam outputs. How do I phrase that in a way that a publisher would care about? Great question. Publishers want to see that you are not just passionate, but also strategic and technically capable. That's why I kind of mean, like, this kind of shows in some regard too, and exactly because it's a strategy, right? Because I think it would be dumb of me if I immediately after the Game Jam continue to work on content. It would have worked if I didn't want to increase the scope, but since my ambitions are bigger, I feel like I had to take the time to build the tools and refactor. So I think that probably is good to show in some regard. Okay, the ads should be over. Welcome back, people, and welcome in Peepa Poopy. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. How was your weekend? Hoping to get someone to fund your game? Maybe, we'll see. As I mentioned earlier, I'm still not entirely sure where I'm at currently, but I'm gonna have a meeting this week, so we'll see. I'm open-minded. That's it. I did have I don't want to go into too much detail, but I'll already mention it. I do have a publisher that reached out to me, and I don't need to make this pitch deck for them, I imagine, because, you know, I already have a meeting booked anyway. However, as soon as they asked me for a pitch deck, it felt kind of unprofessional not to have one. Do you know what I mean? It felt a little bit. It felt a little bit amateurish to be like, oh no, I don't have one of those. But I mean, at least I did have a build I could send them, so that was good. But yeah, it just felt like I probably should have something ready just in case these opportunities arise. Whether whether I'm actually gonna go through with them or not is probably something that's good to have. Don't get taken advantage of. Yeah, that's the goal, to not be. For sure. I'm gonna be open-minded but cautious. I think there's not much else we can do for now. But like I said, I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm not gonna share any details publicly or so. But yeah, I still wanted to let you guys know. Found 3 scratches back on the painting and 5 on another painting. Is it a puzzle? Yeah, I can give you a hint. Because yeah, you are working on a puzzle, that's certain. The 5 on the other painting is not important. It's not even supposed to be a 5. That was kind of a mistake. You're not the first one to kind of see it as a 5, but that one is not important. Experience? Yeah, the way I see it is, no matter what, I think it's a valuable experience to have a meeting like this. if anything, it's good practice and get more insight into how this type of stuff works. But I also do want to acknowledge the fact that I am open-minded. Like, if they can give me a good deal, I am open to having a publisher. I think I am, because it makes sense. If it's a good deal, of course. Did it give you some feedback on the game while contacting you? I heard publishers usually do that. Yeah, I've gotten a bit. I mean, obviously, since they contacted me, it was like they had some interest in the game. And then it was also, you know, I did send them a build, so they did play that one and had a quite good response to it. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to him soonish, and we'll see. Kinda exciting, kinda slightly nerve-wracking, but it's exciting. I think it's gonna be good. When pitching, it's crucial to frame your tool building and refactoring phase as a smart investment in the game's scalability, quality, and production efficiency. Yeah, exactly. But this is also not only like framing it, this is what it is. Like, this was the point of my tool building and refactoring, right? The reason we refactored was to make the game more scalable and raise the quality of it. Here's a more publisher-friendly phrase that to phrase that part of your timeline. Post-prototype technical investment. That sounds a little bit that sounds a little bit pretentious. I'm gonna be honest, that sounds a little bit too, like, now we're really painting up the picture. Yeah? I mean, I guess that's what fucking sales are, innit? But yeah, that's up there, that's for sure. Post-prototype technical investment. Can you... Oh, why did the auto mod hold you? That was weird. I give up, can you give me the code, please? Square78 circle. I can't give you the code is randomly generated, so I don't know what the code is. But the square and the circle represent something in the room. So the hint on that note is that the circle represents something and the square represents something. They represent something where you can get a number. Does that make sense? I'll be more clear if you need it. I don't like it either, but there's something in the framing text, yeah. The jam had good feedback, I needed to make it technically better so I could build on it, as jams focus on output over code clarity. The thing is that for the timeline thing, I also feel like we kind of want to be somewhat concise about it, right? But I don't know, but I should probably do a whole page on just the Game Jam version, to be honest. And maybe there we can explain it a little bit more in detail. Because I think it's worth noting the fact that because one of the reasons why I decided to make this into a full project is the fact that the Game Jam version had a good response. I feel like sharing the fact that people had a quite good response to the Game Jam version is probably a good thing, right? Same thing with the playtesters as well, like maybe sharing some quotes from playtesters. I know they did it here too. Like what players are saying. Something like this kind of made sense too. Maybe grab some stuff from the feedback forms or something. This kind of framing shows that you're serious about polish and production quality. Highlights that you're planning for the long term. Gives the impression that you're de-risking the project. Yeah, all of this made sense. I don't love the term. Otherwise, everything here made sense. But post-prototype technical investment sounds... Because now it sounds like we're trying to make it sound really good and almost non-understandable, because I barely know what a post-prototype technical investment is. That is very... I feel like it's quite indirect, whereas being like, I built tools. You know, it doesn't sound as good, but it's kind of understandable. Yeah, maybe. 29, 24, nice. That's good. How did you like it, Sanalini? Sanalini? I don't know. I don't know where the emphasis should go. Sorry for butchering your name. But thank you for playing the game. If you liked it, make sure to... well, that also goes if you have an Itch account. Make sure to rate it on the page. That would mean a lot. Keybindings... let me see... I'm making a pitch deck for my game. After the game jam, I spent some time refactoring and building tools, systems, etc. What are some good examples of how to phrase this as a bullet point on a timeline that makes sense for a potential publisher? The jam had good feedback, so I needed to make it technically better so I could build on jam's focus on output over code clarity. Yeah, I think doing something, but that I feel like that needs to be a separate page, right? Unfortunately, you intended it to be a short game, and it was intended to be longer, unless you thought you could expand it early on. Do you mean for when I made the game jam version? Because yeah, the game jam version was definitely not meant to be like... I think we settled on the fact that we were gonna do 4 rooms pretty early on. But then for the full version, obviously I wanted to up that scope, and at some point it was like this... not fixing this code doesn't make sense, we have to do it. Great, thank you so much, I appreciate ya. I don't like the... And yeah, also, for anyone who hasn't, if you're interested in the full version of Shroud of Gloom, you can wishlist it on Steam as we speak. We very much appreciate those wishlists, probably the #1 thing to help out the development of the game. I don't like the fluffiness of anything output by ChatGPT at a glance, but I love it for the in my mind own. Yeah, absolutely. I rarely go with the exact thing that ChatGPT gives me, but for like brainstorming, I think ChatGPT is great. I use it more for brainstorming than I do for code. I almost never use it for code, to be honest. I mainly use it for brainstorming. At least, like, in terms of... I might do it for code in terms of, like... Wait. What might be a good idea of how to do this? But that's also more like brainstorming rather than, like, make this for me. Do you know what I mean? Lurk little one woke up. No worries, Runeson. Catch you later. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate ya. Publisher-friendly bullet point examples to include in your timeline slide that conveys the post-jam development work like refactoring and tool building in a way that adds value and professionalism. Post-jam development phase. For example, November 2024 to January. That is awkwardly close. That's almost spot on. I'm starting to feel like you know a little bit too much about my project now, ChatGPT. I feel like we need to take a step back I feel like we need to start over and take a step back. This is making me slightly uncomfortable. How actually aware you are of my entire project at this point. It's kind of almost spooky. Not gonna lie. Chad Sharpity, exactly. Refactored core systems for scalability and maintainability beyond the YAM prototype. This is long though. Improved build pipeline. I feel like just doing one of these is kind of what I would want, right? A technical foundation for localization, save, blah blah blah, establish flexible event-driven. This is all stuff I did, but... Build modular development tools. Refactored core systems. The thing is that... just if people understand what refactoring means, that is like the best word to use. But that's also... But... Wouldn't the game publisher understand what a refactor is? I mean, they're in games, right? Oh, am I doing assumptions here? Could be. What's up, Brainerd Games? Welcome in. How you doing? So I got the mail now that your demo indeed is out. So do you choose when that demo, when that little notification goes out of curiosity? Yeah, you press the button? Okay, so that is a yes. What was your thought process? Like, why? Oh, or is it, did you want to get some feedback on the demo first before you pushed it to all the wishlisters? Is that kind of what you were going for? Just out of curiosity of like, why not do it straight away or blah blah blah. I'm just curious. But as I said it, I do suppose that might be a big reason, right? Maybe. Let me know. Refactored core systems, built modular development. Maybe just improved. Like, what about improved core systems and tools? I made sure the demo is stable enough, and I wanted to have more wishlists before clicking the button. Okay, yeah, that all made sense. I clicked the button on the 12th day. I didn't want to miss the weekend. Yeah, just I heard someone say, did you have 2 weeks on you after publishing the demo to send that mail out? Is that how that worked? I heard someone mention it. Rated and followed on itch. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. How many wishlists do you have? I am currently sitting at, I think, 318, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was last time I checked. It hasn't updated today yet, but yeah. 318. We're currently 31, almost 32% to our current goal of 1,000. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Here's a link to the Discord if anyone is interested in joining. We have a little game dev community going. And about the number, demo medium playtime was 32 minutes. That sounds good, right? That sounds like a good medium playtime. After I clicked the button, wishlisters played the game and it increased to 39 minutes in 2 days. Oh, I mean, yeah, that should be good feedback too. Interesting. That is interesting. I feel like it almost could have been the opposite, like the people who found it before the thingy, the mail even went out, maybe was would have been like more excited about the game, so they would have played longer. Interesting. I suppose though it could also be an argument that potentially there were more random people who played it at first, which might have the opposite effect. Krusakowski's benchmark was 38 minutes for Gold Medal. Interesting. Then it sounds fucking great, man. GG. I wonder how that works. Because here I feel like there's a... Like, that can't be the case for every type of game, right? Like, I've played Code Red's game, his demo, for like over 30 hours. Obviously that's a lot. But that would be impossible to do with a game like this. What about a game that's... Say that you have a game that's 1 hour in length, you can't have a 38-minute demo. Or is that just a disadvantage at making that type of game? I don't know. Interesting. Mostly friends and people around me played first and they didn't play it for long, but wishlisters are the actual target audience, so they played it longer. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, definitely it's not 100% accurate. Replayable games have a higher chance to hit that benchmark. Yeah, that's what I mean, because even for me, I don't think I want 38 minutes for the demo. That sounds a lot. Like, I'm kind of aiming to have a 2-3 hour game or something. Which means that 38 minutes would be like you potentially almost playing through half the game in the demo. That sounds like it's way too much. Say that my game ends up being like 2.5 hours. I don't know if the demo should be like 20 minutes maybe? 40 sounds a lot. But yeah, I understand that these are, you know, the benchmarks, right? It's like generalizations or whatever you wanna call it. This is not true. When did we start doing playtesting? I'm pretty sure it was April, if I'm not mistaken. I'm almost certain. Version blah 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 is now up on Steam. Yeah, April indeed. Miss Shadow, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. So this is when we start doing closed community testing, which is still ongoing. Localization. That should probably be quite late, I imagine. Because then what we can say, there are a few more things we know. Like, I'm quite sure that I want to aim to have a demo release in October 2025. That is kind of my goal. And then I actually don't know, maybe like Q1 to Q1, Q2 2026 we do full release, maybe. Benny K. Gotcha, thank you very much for the follow as well. And what's up, Shadow? How you doing? Did you have a good weekend? Welcome in. Games being 3 hours long is tricky. You don't want to spoil too much content, but then the demo will be too short. So I hope you can find a sweet spot. Yeah, I definitely think there's a balance to it. Like, it can't be too short. It needs to get people a little bit hooked, right? But I also feel like it's... we can't... like, half the game can't be the demo, right? So I still believe that benchmark is not too far off. I think your game should have 30 minutes playtime. Yeah, maybe. So what, at the least, say that the game turns out being 2 hours long. That would be a quarter of the game. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I have to read up on it as well. See. Check the data. Right. I mean, I think we should be able to aim for Q1. Maybe. Am I being... Am I being too optimistic? It's possible. I am a time optimist. Slept most of it? Nice. Sometimes it's nice to have one of those like chill weekends as well. Right? Silver medal was 18 minutes, I think. I feel like for... Wouldn't like the benchmark for a non-replayable game be a percentage instead? Wouldn't the gold tier be people finishing the demo? And like silver tier would be like playing, I don't know, 75% of it. I feel like that would make more sense for non-replayable games. Not that I'm trying to like, you know, I'm not trying to argue against Sukowski here. Obviously I understand that he has way more knowledge than I do when it comes to this stuff. But it would make more sense for a non-replayable game to think about it in terms of percentage, I feel like. Because you wouldn't have more than it. I mean, just people being slow. Yeah, just, if anything, having a higher playtime for me means that people struggled more, right? Having a higher playtime for you, Brainoid, means that people will enjoy the game. They continued playing it. It could be that they are struggling too, so they took longer, but in general it means that they enjoyed the game and they wanted to play more of it. If I have one person finishing the demo in 15 minutes and another one doing it in 30 minutes, the one that played 30 minutes was just slower, right? Not necessarily better. I don't know. 16% of the game actually? Wait, what? How is 30 minutes out of 2 hours 16%? Oh, wait, did you mean the 18? Oh no, I jumped back and forth. I said the game was gonna be 2 to 3 hours, but I said if the game is 2 hours long, that means that, you know, the worst it could be in terms of like how much of the game I give away would be 25%. Tommy Gaming, welcome in, man. I get that struggle with demo making, we'll get that for sure. Are you a fellow game developer? Are you working on demo too? $13 in Membertomania is okay, that's good, yeah. I would say that's probably even above average, probably. It depends, it's also a little bit of RNG in that game, because it depends on how, you know, you can get a lucky pattern or a harder pattern, but in general I would say 13 is very good. You can always make the demo a prologue of the story of the game. So like what led up to it? Could be. From what I understand, at least when I've been talking to CodeRad about it, it seems like prologues used to do very well on Steam, but not as much anymore. Because I think... I'm gonna snooze this ad. As far as I know, I think Steam kind of nerfed prologues a little bit, because you can't link to other games now. Which means that if I make a separate like prologue, I can't actually... Or, I mean, I could also, maybe that's what you mean, like actually taking the demo itself and making that into a prologue. Because usually when I hear prologue, I think of like a separate game that's made to be a demo, but it's technically like a separate game on Steam. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't 100% agree with that. Then you made 10 hours demo for a 100 hours game. Or 5 minutes. No. I'm not necessarily talking about how long you should make the demo. I'm talking about in terms of the good statistics you should look for in a non-replayable game. It seems that it would make sense to look at how much of the demo they played. Like no matter what, for a non-replayable game, making a 10-hour... I'm not saying that you should aim for 10%, so if you have 100 hours, you should make 10 hours. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you made a demo for your non-replayable game, the best feedback you can get is people finishing the demo, right? I'm not even necessarily sure if people playing more than the demo. I mean, it's probably good. But whereas, like, if someone only plays 50% of the demo, that's probably worse. For you, it's different when you have a replayable game, because, like, what is 50%? What is completing the demo? Even doing one run, like, okay, you completed a run, which is probably a good thing, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean you're done with the demo. Whereas for something like my game, it's like when you complete the demo, you're done. There's not really that much more to do. Maybe you missed some little secret thing or whatever, but like in general, you've played. If you finish the demo, you're gonna have played about 100% of the game up to that point, right? So I just mean that whether I make a demo that's 10, 20 or 30 minutes long, I feel like the gold benchmark for me seems like it would be people finishing the demo. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making sense here, but it made sense in my head. Open up a dev kit and allow people to make modded storylines. It could be that. I mean, there's definitely games who have done a lot better because of modding tools, right? Yeah, I'll finish it in 1.5 hours and get my payment back. Yeah, that's an issue for the full game. Not really for the demo, since you're not gonna pay for it. But for the full game, that is certainly one of the reasons why I do want the game to, at least on average, be somewhere around 2-3 hours. Because otherwise it is basically free refunding, right? Do you use Unreal 2? No, I use Unity. Prologue often is just a demo, or if it's EA, so Ubisoft, it's like €50 1 hour game. Yeah, I just mean it depends on how you view it, because I think there were a time when it was very popular to do separate Steam pages for like a prologue of a game, which basically functions as a demo, but technically speaking on the Steam platform, it wouldn't be technically considered a demo, right? But I assume that you could also make a proper demo as a prologue, rather than doing a separate game as a prologue. Because I know that was a big thing before, because you could have one game linked to another, so you could make this like separate game as a prologue, and then just in the about section link to the full game or whatever you want to call it. But I don't think you can do that anymore, so I think that kind of killed those separate prologues a little bit. One more snooze. I mean, you saying that just creates another question. Is your demo giving good enough taste of your game in the given duration? Is that not always a question, though? Because no matter what, if someone plays 50% or 25% of the demo, most likely that's bad, right? Of course, it's very possible that someone might play the game and go, oh, this is actually really good, but I'm gonna wait till the full game comes out. That is possible. It is possible someone thinks like that. But generally speaking, if someone decides to try the demo, I feel like the best thing to see is someone finishing the demo, right? Like get into the... Just, I suppose that's the difference between our type of demos. Like, I have an ending, right? Whereas you technically have an infinitely replayable one. So I like Unreal, I plan on using it for my game. Yeah, I think everyone should use whatever engine they think works best. Whatever works for you, you know? For benchmark, that's not the question. You are sure your demo is solid, but then people play it in minutes. Yeah. But I still think there's a big difference between our games, right? In terms of what those n minutes... Just say that my demo is 20 minutes. If someone plays the demo for 20 minutes, I can assume that they played 100% of the demo. Like, okay, they probably finished the demo. That's probably good feedback for me. Because there's an end to it, right? Whereas like, okay, someone played 10 minutes. Oh, they probably played through like half the demo and then quit. Maybe didn't have as good of a blah, blah, blah. But whether they... Like, even if someone played 1 hour, I'm still like unsure whether that is good feedback or not. Like for you, that would obviously be good feedback, right? Just you don't have an end, so generally speaking, that's just gonna, you know, we can assume that just meant a lot of the time that someone played the game more. Whereas for me, if someone like quadruples the time of the demo, either they were like, could be that they were really interested and really tried to do everything that they possibly could do. That is possible. It could also mean that they were really struggling, the puzzles were way too difficult and stuff. Like that could even be kind of a negative in some regard. But I mean, as long as they didn't quit, I suppose it's still kind of good feedback. I don't know. Yeah, we're playing it 2 times. Yeah, I mean, that would probably be good, I suppose. If someone is replaying the demo, that's probably a very good feedback. You can always make it so it has different endings, so they can play it more than once to get a different ending. But is that worth it for a demo? Like, is it worth trying to get there? Because now we're also talking about, we're upping the amount of work I have to do a lot, right? Is it worth doing that much to get that extra playtime for a game that's not replayable kind of inherently? 30 minutes tutorial, yeah. But that's what I mean, like, it feels like it's probably not good to arbitrarily try to raise the playtime for the sake of it if it's not good content, right? Because that's a legit thing. I could make a very slow tutorial that you are forced to play just to make sure that the average playtime of the demo is higher. But is that actually gonna be good? I mean, probably not, because the risk is that people stop playing because the tutorial is too slow. Not demo, but full game. Yeah, for full game, it's possible that we might have 1 or 2 or some secret ending or something. It's possible. I'm definitely not gonna make one of these games where like every choice you take is going to affect the entire story in different ways, because holy shit, that's scope creep and a half, isn't it? Oh yeah, Easter eggs and secrets, this is the type of thing I think I'm gonna focus on the most. Maybe scroll down and read, but what about linear games? Oh, does he have a section on that? Because here it is. Okay, so for Code Red's demo, I've definitely hit way more than this. It's actually mad how much I played that one. 38 is gold, 18 is silver, 7 is bronze. What about linear games? One of the reasons some games have super high median playtimes, it's because they are sandbox or roguelike. Yeah, because no one's gonna play my demo for 30 hours. Unless they, I don't know, accidentally leave the game running, right? Or procedurally generated games where you can replay them multiple times and get new results, so they don't have inflated numbers. But isn't this data biased against linear story games? Well, in general, Steam players like long games with lots of replayability and randomly generated fun. short linear games are harder to sell. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of fair, I think. But if you can do more, generally speaking, that's gonna be a more sellable game. That's absolutely fair. One of my surveys asked developers if the game was linear/story based or replayable. Here's a graph of all linear games from my survey. So what is this? Demo, medium, playtime. And these are linear games. Replayable, demo, medium, playtime. As you can see, the top earning replayable games had almost 20-minute longer medium playtime than the linear one. So yes, a replayable game will have more longer median playtime than a linear one, but not by much. That's kinda interesting. When I look at these aggregated numbers, no game had a median playtime that was longer than 30 minutes. And to be fair, the general graph is almost the exact same as well. That is the biggest issue, not whether it's linear or not, but whether people want to play through it to the end. Yeah, but this is what I was saying, right? The thing that China becomes important is whether they played it to the end. But that's the thing, this doesn't work as well for a replayable game, because I suppose it's more of a grey area what is considered the end. Like for a replayable game, it makes more sense that like more is just better. Still I understand, if you're doing like a roguelike, yeah, of course, people finishing a run is probably good. Like that is somewhat similar, I suppose, to getting the end. That's still vague though, people can play 5-minute demo till the end easily, but they can play 30 minutes demo till the end. Yeah, but both of those are still good, right? Like, I understand that it's better feedback if they finished your 30-minute demo, but it's not bad if they finished your 5 or 10-minute demo either. That's still good feedback, right? Because this is kind of what I wanted to say, that the biggest issue really is whether or not they played it. Like, I feel like what seems more important to me, rather than like strictly looking at the game time. I mean, of course this is still valuable to see like the medians and so on. But it seems like this would be more important for me. In my opinion, 5 minutes demo should be missing the point and muddy the stats. Players should leave the game. Well, what was that, man? Yeah, absolutely fair. Yeah, for 5 minutes, I think 5 minutes is arguably probably always too short. But I don't know about, like, in my example, whether I do a 15, 20, 30 or 45-minute demo or whatever. It feels like this is what I should look for. Which means that the number I should look for is kinda gonna change depending on how long my demo is. Because if I do a 20-minute demo, why should I aim to have 40 minutes of playtime? Nonetheless, interesting stuff. Thanks for sharing. Five-minute demo would just feel like a waste of time. Why wouldn't I just watch the trailer then? Yeah, I do agree that 5 minutes I think is definitely too low. But I think for my type of game, I think like something like 40 minutes, just that's what we should do here, right? I feel like that's what this would make me do if I only start at this. I look at this and I go, holy shit, okay, the best demos out there have about 65 minutes of playtime. So this means I should try and, since I have a linear game, I should try and make my demo about 65 minutes to end up in like the diamond tier of demos. But this doesn't make sense, right? because that's... Now I'm possibly even giving more than half of the game in the demo. That feels like it's arguably too much. So I feel like whatever we pick, most likely in between here, I think, for me personally, I think that's gonna be my gold standard, if that makes sense. Whatever I think that the average playtime of that demo is, if my median is around there, that's probably a good indication. Anything 20 minutes plus is good for you? I think 20 minutes might be... 20 minutes sounds kinda good. Should a point-and-click game like this even have a demo? Is it possible having a demo is actually a bad thing? I don't think so. I think not having a demo is almost objectively a bad thing. At least nowadays on Steam. Because if I don't have a demo, I can't be in the next fest, I'm gonna lose out on a lot of like the visibility on the Steam platform and stuff. It seems like, at least from my research so far, it seems like you should make a demo. There's no reason not to do it. I mean, if you do a bad demo, that's obviously a bad thing. Like, you obviously have to make sure that you have a good game and a good demo that represents the game and stuff. Like, I'm taking that as an assumption now. But with that being said, I think that from what I've been able to read up on, it seems like you just should make a demo. It seems like you're gonna be missing out if you don't. I think 20 is fine. Mine would have a demo that won't really end. Yeah, I think that is the case for a lot of lots of games, right? Like, if you have a more gameplay focused game, you technically could have a infinitely replayable demo. But there's no reason why I should aim for that when I can't hit that. Does that make sense? Because like, I played Roadblight, the Roadblight demo, for almost 31 hours. I mean, that's pretty mad. But there's no way someone is gonna play my demo for 30 hours. Is it possible that some might play it more? Like, if someone really enjoyed it, of course they could boot it up another time. But with this game, although I understand that arguably replayability is a good thing, I think it's a waste of time for me to focus too much on replayability. Because inherently the game is going to be somewhat linear. Am I gonna still try to encourage replayability? Yes, absolutely. With stuff like achievements, hidden stuff you might miss on the first playthrough, like this type of stuff. Like, there might still be some value in trying the game again, but it's also not gonna be the main focus of the game. Different endings, as I said, is possible as well, but I'm also not going to make it so that we have like infinite amount of endings, or like, you know, 12 different endings depending on all of your choices throughout the game, because the scope is too big. Like, that seems like objective feature creep in my case. So yeah, the way I'm viewing it right now is that I probably want to encourage replayability, but it should never be the focus of the game. I think it's more important that I focus on making the generic playthrough as good as possible, and then for those extra people who might be interested, do stuff that might encourage replayability. But I feel like for a game like this, focusing on making the game replayable is... I don't think that's a good decision, in my opinion. And then you would consider people struggling with puzzles and ending up finishing it in 30 minutes, but also people will quit in the first 5 minutes and get an average of like 20. Yeah, it's very true that there's more... Like, in general, when it comes to something like a game with puzzle mechanics, playtimes are fucking weird inherently, right? Like, even take the game jam version of the game. 4 rooms. The average playtime? Probably around like 30 minutes or so. But the extreme ends? You know, I have some people who completed the game first try in less than 10 minutes. I have other people who played the game for like 1 hour and 20 minutes before they finished it. So there's a you know, there's a big spectrum, right, in how long people play the game, because it takes different amount of time for people to complete the puzzle. It depends on how... Of course, I have some control here, like, if I make more intuitive puzzles, more people are gonna get it quicker, which I think I'm gonna try to do, because although this game has a puzzle aspect to it, it also isn't just a conventional puzzle game, right? Like, I don't market this game as, boom, come and look at my puzzle game. Like, the game is a horror game. A lot of horror games do have puzzles, but it's not... Even though it's a big part of the gameplay, it's also not like the full focus of the game. So I think for a game like this, almost leaning towards having slightly easier puzzles, I think is better than going for too hard or overly complex puzzles. Because most people, I think, are not gonna play this game to solve really complex puzzles. Right? I think most people play it because they wanna play something spooky. And then the puzzles are more just to keep you engaged while progressing through the spookiness. That's kinda how I view it, at least. Because even with the Game Jam version, I think I fucked this up. I think a lot of the times, I was looking at the puzzles in the rooms and I went like, this seems a little bit too simple. And then I did this thing, which I think is arguably bad. Which is that I go, okay, what if I just add one more step to the puzzle? I just lock this thing, or I make you have to do this first to be able to do the other thing. We just add complexity on top of the puzzle. And a lot of the time, I find that this does not make a puzzle more interesting. It doesn't make a puzzle more clever. It just makes it more complex. And I don't... A good puzzle is a clever puzzle. A complex puzzle for the sake of being complex, I think might even arguably be a bad puzzle. PowerPoint sexy transitions? I have no transitions, if you mean in this thing. No gameplay, only anime boobs. That should sell the game, for sure. Be right back, see you soon, Shadow. Appreciate ya. Just make a short teaser demo, that's all. Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't think we should give away a too big portion of the game as a demo. But also, as we mentioned before, I think that like something like 5 minutes is obviously probably too short. Your game jam is a perfect demo? It might be. Now, obviously, as I mentioned, we have a very big spectrum on average or on the playtime. I think the average day is like 30 minutes, but I think that partly is because I had some maybe overly complex puzzles. I think maybe, as we said before in the chat, I think maybe aiming for something like 20 minutes-ish might be good. And then 2-3 hours for the full game. On average, that is. Is it gonna take some people 1 hour? Probably. Is it gonna take other people 5 hours? Probably true as well. But the average playtime, I think, is what we're gonna aim for. So this is the good thing about playtesting as well. Like, this is what when I start actually building the content, I can have some people play it to see, like, on average, where does it seem like we land in terms of playtime. And also, what's up, Blue Blue? Hope you're doing good. Maybe you could use this as inspiration for your timeline. Use what? Use what as the inspiration? A lot has changed since then. You can't base demo popularity off playtime because a lot of people are playing for long times to see if it's going to get better. Oh, I forgot to base. No worries. Pro animated PowerPoint's presentation. What is this, man?
Don't make slides like this ever again. Try this instead. Insert shapes and choose rectangle. Copy it 3 times to fill the slide. Give them a different shade of blue. Do the same for the others. Add the letter A. Use the font Montserrat. Increase the size to 150 and make it white. Add your content to the slide. Repeat for the other parts, B, C, and D. Add a small triangle as a tab. Give it the same color. Repeat for the other steps. Group each part together. Make sure the order is correct with A on top and D at the bottom. Duplicate the slide. Move each tab to the left of the slide. Add a nice background color to both slides. Now add the morph transition. And this is how you hook your audience. Follow slide skills for more PowerPoint tips.
I mean, to be fair, it does look pretty sick.
Try this instead. Insert shapes and choose rectangle.
And it should probably be good. I don't know if I'm gonna do it though. I don't know if it's worth the time doing these like custom sick, what do you call it, transitions and stuff. I feel like that's the kind of time I should probably spend on a... In that case, that type of like editing should probably be put on the trailer instead of the pitch stage. Because let's be honest, potentially a lot of people could see the trailer. Very few are ever gonna see this pitch stage. But it's fun, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it did look sick too. I can't, I can't deny that. I mean, we're probably gonna do localization. Hey Jew with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. What have you been up to? If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Sharpie and I'm working on this point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. We're currently playing around a little bit, making a pitch deck here. Discussing a little bit about the timeline of my game and so on. But if you want to get more of a taste of what the game is like, you can see a little teaser right about here. There you have it. The game is available for wishlist on Steam. We very much appreciate those. And also, ladies and gentlemen, a big shout out to the one, the only, my Deutsche friend, Hey Jew. Yet another game dev streamer here on Twitch, currently working on Shapeyard. Another game which you can wishlist on Steam. I have it wishlisted on my normal account, but I'm logged into my dev account here. But it's a really cool roguelike puzzle strategy game. Go and check it out. Show some love to our fellow developers. What have you been working on, Hey Jew? Anything you want to show off? Feel free to do so, if that's the case. RZMJ, welcome in. Hello, my favorite Swede. What's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Spaghetti Code Factory, welcome in as well, nice to see ya. Hey, we are still in the search for the right style. What is the pitch deck for? So this is for potential publishers and so on. Basically just a quick overview of the game, to be able to, I suppose, somewhat coherently communicate the idea of the game. Does that make sense? So we're just playing around here, seeing what we can do with it. But it's kind of difficult because I have to make like a timeline, and I barely know the timeline myself. But yeah. For example, this new game called Clanfolk. People play the demo a lot. Marketing teams call it the new RimWorld. But the honest reviews have been saying how much worse than RimWorld it is, and not to buy it. Which is a high playtime, people believe them without a second thought. Interesting. So, Jew, when you say you're still in the search for the right style, are you talking about the art style? Are you playing around with some art at the moment? Where is your timeline? What did you set the game as? I'm starting to feel like maybe I put my game as coming soon a little bit early. Maybe it should have stayed as to be announced. When is it fair to say coming soon? That's a very interesting topic, to be honest. What do you have? Do you have coming soon? You do as well. When are you planning your release? At the end of the year? Well, in that case, I think we're kinda fine. Because I'm currently aiming for probably the beginning of next year, maybe. Maybe even the end of this year, depending on how well everything goes. Oh, I'm not following. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to follow as well. It does help out too. Click both them buttons. It's too dark and not appealing enough. Okay, so do you want to get more like vibrant colors in there? Redesigning and learning, nice. Participate in next first October and release a bit after, that's at least the plan. Same here. Yeah, I think my main target is the demo release in October. For the next fest. Maybe even before. It wouldn't hurt releasing the demo earlier. But at least being able to join the next fest here is basically my target. And then the full release is a little bit, you know, it doesn't maybe sound great, but it's kinda whenever it's done, do you know what I mean? But hopefully I think as soon as I got everything figured out and I start working on the actual content and stuff, I think it should be quite good because my workflow should be pretty good as of now. I will release the demo earlier than next fest. Yeah, I don't think there's anything bad doing that. Brainoid, if you're still here, have you participated in the next fest yet? Or are you doing the one that's coming up? There's one now in June as well. That was my first target, but then I kinda felt like I was getting a bit rushed. I was like, I'm actually not sure if I'm gonna finish this in time for June. And I kinda don't want to rush it either. Because obviously as my first commercial release, I kinda do wanna make sure that the game is as good as possible. Obviously I don't wanna spend 5 years making this game, but I don't want it to feel rushed. I think that's what I'm trying to say. What did these guys do again? So this is like content stuff, feature complete. We are not really feature complete now, but we are very much getting there. I guess feature complete is kind of what we are aiming for as of right now, isn't it? So that would be after closed community testing to get it feature complete. So I did this the opposite. I started doing closed community testing before it was feature complete. I think testing early is good. I'll have to go and catch some sun. Have a great rest, have a great day and stream. No worries, hey Jew. Thank you very much for the raid yet again. Everyone, make sure to check out Jew if you haven't. And yeah, thank you for the raid. Have a great day, and I'll catch you next time. I'll go touch some grass, literally getting rid of bad plants in the garden. Oh, there you go. Go ahead, Ozzy. Thank you for dropping by as well. I appreciate you. And good luck with the bad plants. I do suppose localization wouldn't be bad to do before the demo release as well. At least like some of the core languages, or like the ones I feel like are the most important. Which I assume is going to be the languages with the most speeches and potentially lower understanding of English, averagely speaking, of course. Campaign mode complete, sandbox mode, localization, community features beta testing, console porting, 1.0 release, PC only, console, release console, first DLC, okay. Dude, I don't even know if I need 2 arrows. What's up, No Jewel? How you doing? Ayo, can you share the pitch deck? This one? Absolutely. That's the one. I don't know, does this even link to the same page when I do it like that? Oh, it does. Yeah, so far this one seems to be really professional and stuff. So I'm just gonna go off a lot of the stuff they do. I'm not gonna do it as good. I'm probably not gonna have all of these slides in here, because this is a lot. But at least taking some ideas from it, I think, is valuable. So when do we want to be feature complete? Well, like next month? Maybe? That would be a pretty good target. Getting the features done for June. This is gonna be tight. So after feature completion, that's when we should start working on the actual content. Content creation doesn't sound good, because it sounds like I'm trying to say, you know, content creation as in like content creators. You know what I'm trying to say. I don't know what to call this. Let's see here, what did we do? We did a bunch of... this is basically what I've been doing all of the time. Achievements... Spent so much time polishing, holy shit, it's actually mad. If you ever miss one of the streams and you want to catch up, here's a link to my VOD channel on YouTube. Oops.
It's time for the Daily Wordle.
Let's do it! Did you do it as well, Spectacular? I assume that's the case. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Daily Wordle. What's up, Nikit? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I won't say anything about it today. Okay. Let's start. Let's go for radio. Okay, there's an I in there somewhere. Let's go for... I need to come up with some good words to actually start with. So I have like at least 2 words to get all of the vowels out. Because what do I have now? Like U, Y, E. Can I get all of those in one word? EY at the end. Maybe. If I didn't have the O, money could have been a good one here. Oh, we are missing the U. Gummy. But then we have double M, that seems like a waste. Let's go for mutes. Okay, we do have a T in the middle and an I somewhere. Let's see if we can get one more word in here. Something like, maybe see if we can get the Y as well. That should be most, or pretty much all of the consonants. So let's do something with a lot of consonants and maybe a Y. That might be difficult. I feel like it would be double consonant, Y double consonant to get a word like that. But I feel like I need to throw another. We should get the I in there to get another check on where that one might be. Something like, as should be over, welcome back people. We're currently doing the daily Wordle. Feel free to guess in the chat as well. I usually try to not read chat while doing this, but you can play along in the chat if you want to. If you haven't played this yet, that is. I think we're gonna do something like... something with I and Y in here. Okay, so probably ending it with a Y. It'll be consonant first and then I, so... do we have a good word here? Silky should have been a good word, but we already tried S. Do we have some filky, gilky, hilky, jilky, pilky, pilky, wilky? Milky should have been something, but we have M, bilky. Can we just brute force it? Do we have a word here somewhere? Okay, we might try silky if I can't come up with something else here. You can also try, in case there's a double T, do the T at another place. Pinty, kinty. Kinky. That's the word we're looking for. But then it's a double K, that kind of feels like a waste. But that means I guess the same words if I do silky. Yeah, we're just trading the L for the N. Fuck it. Okay, at least we know what the I is. So something IT. Which means we are most likely going to start with a consonant. We almost have to start with a consonant. Could be a double T, could be pretty much anything here. Hits. Oh, it could be something like a hitch or something. Or, no, it can't be ditch. Hitch, maybe? Okay, we are onto something here. Okay, so this is why I have fucked up before when I start guessing with one word only. Is it better to try another word with a bunch of consonants? Potentially. What words should we have here? Itch. We have which. We have... bitch. I don't think that's gonna be the word. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a witch. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a witch. It must be, right? Fuck! No, I'm doing it again. I should have done the consonant stuff. It cannot be bitch. There's no way that the word is bitch. Fitch? Isn't that a word too? I should have done a fucking consonant word. Why didn't I just throw a bunch of consonants here to find which one it was? I even said that this is what I was not supposed to do. Start guessing only one word. Lich? That is a word too, right? Lich King is what I'm thinking here. I feel like it would be Fitch if there's a word, or maybe... Well, wait, Lich King is different. Isn't that like this? I feel like Lich could be a word too. I don't think it's bitch. It shouldn't be bitch. It feels inappropriate that a word should be bitch. It can't be. It can't be. Zitch? Pitch? Oh, it's pitch. Yeah, that seems... Yeah, it must be, right? It must be pitch. Like pitch accent, the pitch of someone's voice or whatever. It must be. Okay. That was kind of stressful. Not gonna lie, that was a little bit stressful. I need to stop doing this. When I start guessing with only one word, after I did a hitch and I only had one wrong, what I should have done is to try to make up a word using all of the potential consonants that I think could be in here. To basically just brute force which one of those it is and then do the guessing. Because I don't like having to make the last guess here. It's too stressful, man. Does it have to be an actual word to get the hints? Yeah. I don't know what they're checking, but I assume that they check like the dictionary or something, and it needs to be in there. Joe Spec. Oh, that's too funny. The inside jokes, man. I got it in 3 because I got lucky. Damn, that's actually good. At least there wasn't no... I feel like the double letters are usually the ones that get too tricky, right? Yeah, exactly. Green means correct letter in correct position. Yellow, like this, would be the correct letter, but in the incorrect position. Just for the row. So it's the same word everywhere. And you just need to... These are the amount of guesses you have, basically. No, bitch. I feel like I got a little bit stuck on that word there. I feel like there's no way it's gonna be that one. It's like watching Randy in South Park. You nailed that pitch, let's go. Did you log in yet? I still haven't. Should I? I probably should make an actual account on here, so we can actually track how well I do. But that's perfect, because that means that my loss never counted. The one time I actually lost on stream does not count. I think it's only one, right? I'm pretty sure it's only one. We're doing good. We're chilling. Log in and get pitch on first try. Big brain move, not gonna lie. Someone remind me next time when we play Wordle that I should make an account beforehand. Because it probably would be more fun. I imagine that you get some fun statistics and stuff, and you know, data is always a bit of fun, isn't it? I feel like data is always a bit fun. Okay, so wait, June we would try to have the game feature complete. That doesn't seem too unrealistic. So we have like 1.5 months or something. I feel like I almost have most of the features in the game. Like, really what I would like is to make Keybindings and get the inventory system drag and droppable. I mean, add a system for doors that can appear and disappear. I can kind of do that. Oh, we also have room change to change reverb of sound effects. That is one that we are missing. That shouldn't be too difficult. I feel like if we try to remain a bit productive, I feel like this should... Am I being optimistic here? That means I have about 4 months or something until the next fest to build at least the content for the demo and localize it. At least localize the content for the demo. Ooh. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm feeling a bit of pressure. I'm feeling a bit of pressure now. I'm actually feeling a bit of pressure. When exactly does the next fest start? Okay, so we definitely need to focus on demo content. I kind of would have preferred to make the entire game and then just cut out the demo. But we might have to put more focus on just finishing the demo section and then potentially build out the rest afterwards. I also should be very clear that in some regard this is also always an estimation, right? It's my first commercial release, it's kind of hard to gauge correctly. Next first October 2025, event starts the 13th of October. I have to sign up in August. Okay. Q2 2026 retirement, exactly. What's up, Unity Choden? Nice to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Exactly, just Q2, disappear from the face of the earth, live on a yacht. I'm getting a bit stressed, I'm not gonna lie. Fucking hell, looking at this timeline, I'm kinda stressing myself out a bit here. How long did they spend on localization? August... like 2 months or something. To be fair though, I imagine that this type of game had a lot more text in it in general. Like, I don't have that much text. yacht on a yacht. Yacht, that is exactly what I'm going for. No more text allowed in Shroud of Gloom then, exactly. Not even in the menu, we just made like icons for everything. Damn, imagine trying to get all of that to actually be fully intuitive. Holy shit, man. That would be mad. Don't you spell localization with an S in British English? I imagine you would. You would indeed. Set a new meta for emoji-only UI design. I can't even joke about that without Putin, yeah. I mean, it's kind of five-head strategy to not have to do localization, but also, no. I mean, what do I do after the demo? Fucking finish the game, question mark? I've never even thought about localization, going with the horrible mentality of, if you don't know English, don't play my game. Yeah, I think that's the thing, it seems like you could actually get quite a lot more players if you do localize the game. And also, I'm a bit of a language nerd, so I kind of like the idea of my game being available in multiple languages. What's up, Captain Coder? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope things are doing well. They are. I'm trying to figure out my timeline here, and not gonna lie, it's kind of stressing me out. I'm trying to work on a little bit of a pitch deck here. And the more I keep looking at this timeline, I can actually feel kind of my heartbeat going up a little bit. I'm like, this? Why? It felt like I had more time. When I actually put it down on paper, it's like, it's not that much time left, you know? Anyway, I have like 4 or 5 months or something before the next fest. Sounds stressful? It kinda is. It kinda is, not gonna lie. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Coder is yet another developer here on Twitch. If you haven't, definitely go and check him out. Might use AI to translate to French, German, Spanish and Brazilian Portuguese. I think it's actually kind of a go-to strategy to use AI to localize most of the game and then have people look over it to make sure that stuff is correct and so on. I do think that's a kind of go-to strategy, to be honest. Something I might actually do. Rather than get in localizers to handwrite every single line. It minimizes the work for them and it shouldn't be that hard for me to... It should be relatively quick to make AI do it, if that makes sense. Thanks for the shout out, you're too kind. No worries, man. Of course. A data sheet for all the text, so it's really easy to translate with AI. Yeah, the plan is, because you can load in Google Docs, right? For the Unity localization package or whatever. So I think I'm gonna use AI to translate most of it on that document and then send that out to different people to have them, you know, look over it and make sure everything is correct. Unless of course we end up getting a publisher, because at that point it's possible that maybe they would handle the localization instead, which means that I don't have to worry about it. It's possible, but you know, we don't know yet. Polyglot programmer, speaking about localization. Perfect, isn't it? How you doing, man? Good, good, nice, glad to hear it. Ooh, I'm actually being stressed out just looking at this. Holy shit, man. Want to Chinese or Russian, because most likely we'll have many things that the censorship does not allow. Do you think so? That would be unfortunate, because I think Russian and Chinese are probably some of the best languages to localize for. Does anyone have any details on what exactly they don't allow? I just realized that you can hold control in a sprite to get this stuff, to see how you center stuff. Do you guys know how many months I've used this product and how many times I've been complaining about me not knowing how to do this? I can't like click a button to center it, which is still kind of something I would have liked to see, but the fact that I can at least do this without having to hand measure everything is definitely gonna make my life easier. What have you been up to, Captain Coda? Are you working on anything fun at the moment? Are you still working on the Fans and Feathers? Were you planning on taking that any further? Oh, did I forget to scale this up? I did indeed. That is a stress sigh, if anyone is curious. That is not me just humming, that is me humming out of stress. I'm just being honest, man. I'm just being honest. You know, you're here to see the game dev experience, right? Might as well give you the real one. Why am I a perfectionist? What is the purpose of caring this much about such tiny details? Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Chirpy has all the greatest coding minds in his chat and he's here writing out a grocery list. Yeah, pretty much. China does not allow skeletons, blood, speak of freedom or democracy. Yeah, blood, skeletons, probably an issue. And to release it in China legally, you need a Chinese company to do that. Well, I can still release it on Steam, and you can get Chinese players on Steam. Whether that's a loophole or not, that I'm not aware of, but... Exactly, then again they have ways to buy products outside of China, yeah. There's a free script for auto-centering a selection, I think, that you can put in this script to a hotkey. Ooh, is that actually? That is good. Yeah, because that is like the main thing I really miss in Aseprite that I had in stuff like GIMP and Unity. The alignment tool, to be able to just align this top right, or align this center to the selection, or center to the image, or whatever it might be, you know. That's like the one thing I really miss. I was surprised to hear that China is such a huge game market. Yeah, I mean, I think Code Red said that when he released his demo, I think Chinese players were one of the biggest player pools or whatever. I'm currently taking a break from game dev. I overdid it with Fans and Feathers and have been feeling a little burnt out on dungeon crawlers. Okay, fair enough. I do plan to revisit my dungeon crawler engine, which I hope to use as a framework for a class in the fall. Nice. I may do some minor updates to Fans and Feathers. There is a bug with the AI and there are some minor tweaks that could be made to make the combat balance much better. That said, I'm currently working on an educational tool I've been wanting to do for about a year. Nice! Not much here, but this is the prototype for my TIC80 educational site. Okay, I don't know what TIC80 is. Okay. Yeah, my son suggests us... yeah. I'm joking. I know, this is like placeholder text, right? Lorem ipsum, yeah, I think this is like a super common placeholder text. Lessons. Okay. So, did you make all of this from scratch? API references, math functions. Ooh. Ooh. This is pretty neat. Looks very good. TIC80 Tiny Computer version 1.2. Dev Pro. Hello, type help for help. Help. Text version welcome. Spectrum commands. It supports an in-browser TIC80 computer API and cloud storage. Working on adding collaborative editor, chat and classroom management. Damn! This is cool, man. I have 3 weeks of school left and I plan to get back into game dev. Okay. If you click the buttons in the top center, it launches the computer and API. Type demo load quest run. Okay. Wait, demo added cards. Load quest run. Z to attack. X for potion, I think. Oh, I see a key. A chest that gave me a potion. Okay, so I'm a newbie. Is Tick 80 just like a... Is that like one of the early computers? Oh no. What's happening here? Go away. They're not gonna follow me here, are they? Oh shit, they actually are. Okay. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of a silly game. Okay, I think I need a key to get in there. I assume I'm not gonna be able to do walk in the lava. Is he gonna come up here? Can I resize this window too? I don't think I can. That seems locked. Oh, we have some feedback here. They get red when you hit them. That's nice. I see my health and my potion. Okay. A bit of pathfinding going on. Easy peasy. Another potion. Okay, let's try. I don't know if they fully heal me, but let's grab one. Scaling dropdown in the top right of the window. Ah, okay, we can get it a bit bigger here. Nice, thank you. No, it's purely made up. Oh, I've been teaching an intro to coding class using Tick 80 for about 2 years now. It's a very popular and great tool for learning. There's also a full screen option in the menu if you press escape. Wait, can I change the game here? Code editor, I think I can. Oh, type menu? Okay, wait, do I have to... Everything is in Lua, by the way. Interesting, that's the one you use for Love 2D, right? The game engine, if I'm not mistaken. Also, wait, I'm gonna open that link you sent, No Jewel. Thanks for showing it. Check it out soon. China and India has a huge game market and movie market. But you have to sell out hard to get your products released in the Chinese market, yeah. Yeah, because I don't know if I'm gonna worry about that. I think Steam is gonna be my focus. But I do think localization might still be worth it. And for A-Sprite scripts. Oh, are those also in Lua? Is Lua... I have gotten the impression that Lua is a little bit like Python and maybe GDScript. Like it's one of those kind of convenient languages, not as strict as maybe something like C# or even worse, I think, C++. Is that a correct assumption? Out of curiosity, since I have people that might know here. I found Lua to be a very good intro to programming languages. Tick 80 also supports several other languages. Python, JavaScript are very popular. Okay, but many others. Python has a lot more libraries written for it. Lua, never heard of much. Okay. But is it similar in the style of like how you write it? Yes, but also very fast because it compiles fast to C or something like that. Okay. Yeah, I know Love 2D as an engine. Oh wait, menu opened the itch page. Or what? Lua has a pretty different syntax from Python. Okay, interesting. But is it correct that it's also one of those, I don't know how to say this, is it maybe that they're loosely typed? Or the fact that it's not very strict in terms of like, oh, you have to use semicolons everywhere and stuff like that? The primary design of Lua was to create a lightweight and embeddable language that could be used for adding scripting support to programs. Okay. But then I know that, because Love 2D, right, is you use Lua for, and I know at least one, oh wait, no, Balatro is made in Love 2D, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Can I run again now? Oh, I can. Okay, wait. Let me just get a little bit further. I know how this works now. Wait, how did I touch it again? Z, I think? Yeah. I think you can kind of cheese them here, if I'm not mistaken. Like boom, and then you run, boom, run, boom. Easy peasy. I think that is the strat. Does that key go to the door over there, or can I get in here? Don't think I can. But very few keywords which some find simpler to learn. The primary... oh, I read that one. Lua has an incredibly small grammar which is intentional for making it easy to write an interpreter for it. It is a dynamically typed language. Okay. And dynamically typed is the kind of thing that like GDScript is, if I'm not mistaken. What you mean by dynamically typed is that I can make a variable that can be of one type, but maybe later on change it to another type. Is that what we are referring to here? Wait, did he hide from me? Oh no, I had to... okay, I see. This also does not overload operators, so it makes everything very explicit. That is, you don't have things like plus plus or plus equals, plus only words with numbers. It doesn't do multiple things. Oh, okay. So yeah, it seems like it is kind of made to be somewhat intuitive, right? Go away from me. No, oh shit, I'm just stuck on the bench. Can I do something here? Oh, accidentally took a potion. That thing I could definitely do. Oh yeah, that was a bad decision. I wonder if there's multi-hits here. Can I hit multiple targets at once? Oh. So wait, did you make this game as well, Captain? Ooh, watch out for lava. Okay. So wait, how do I get that? Do I have to walk around here? Ouch, this lava is actually quite dangerous. Who should have thought? Never would have seen that one coming. Yeah, I know the secrets. Ouch. Okay, I need to pop a potion. So basically I got nothing from that. I traded one potion for another. That is basically what I did. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, I'm popping another one. Go away, go away. Okay, I'm getting good at this. What's this? Can I do something here? Oh, nice. The spikes did hurt him as well. Okay, let's go. I saw a chest over here as well, so let me grab that. Oh, no. There we go. Is that like a boss or something? Wait, where am I? Am I? Oh, I'm down there, okay. Or up there, I suppose. Potion. Okay, he got projectiles, that's not good. I kinda need a... Is there any chance I could get another potion somewhere? Potentially, maybe. Because I think I'm gonna die here otherwise. I see a chest, only a little zombie guy or whatever, goblin. Oh, but I need a key. What about down here? Kinda need a potion, man. I kind of Shite. In C# you statically type things. For example, a variable has a type and the compiler knows about it. Dynamically typed, the variable label does not have a type. Okay. So is that when you say the type of a variable, we are referring to stuff like what I would explicitly say in C#, such as this is an integer or this is a bool, this is a string, and so on, right? Got him, yeah. So additional features of the site are file system/cloud storage. If you click the little folder icon at the top of the TIC80 window, it opens the file system and makes it easy to add/download files. Oh yeah, so here is the quest file, which is the one I just ran. Tetris. Is there Tetris in here as well? So does that mean that we can do this and then load Tetris and then run? Okay, that's kinda cool. So can I slide this one in there? I can indeed. If you didn't know, I am most definitely a professional Tetris player. That was bad. I don't know what to do. Scheiße. No, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Never mind, I'm not a professional. I mean, we're not doing that bad. Yes, we are. Okay, I'm having a little bit too much fun with this. Scheiße. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. No, we are panicking. This is not good. No. Yeah, we fucked. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Okay. Cool shit though, man. As well as store them in the cloud so you can switch between computers. Primary goal of the project is to make it easy for my students to start using the tool. 1, no downloads, some students cannot download files. 2, easy to turn in files. Yeah, type would be int or string. The compiler is aware of the type and will give you errors if you try to do something that you're not supposed to. Is it mad that I kind of like that? Is that mad? I kind of like that I have to be explicit. To be fair though, I don't have experience with dynamically typed language, so who knows, maybe I'm just being biased, very possible. Sprite editor / map editor is super cool, also sound effects and music. Escape to get back to the code editor. Then there are different modes. Mode icons in the top left of the screen, or by pressing F1. Oh. This is actually quite sophisticated. Is this the size? Oh, even Control Z works, look at that. Happy. Pro tip for Tetris, try to get a straight line. That is a pretty good tip, not gonna lie. Tick 8 is really cool because it is a fantasy computer which helps teach students about some low-level topics which might be harder to teach or demonstrate without something like C. Interesting. So is Tick 80, is it made for, was it created for educational purposes? Wow, what a noob shop, man. Take 80 doing all the heavy lifting in the demo? Okay. It's not mad that you like static typing. I love static typing. Most of my students love it. Yeah, I kinda... There is something about that, you know, explicitity or whatever. That the fact that you have to be explicit. And the fact that not only does the compiler know that this specific variable is a bool, but I know so as well, right? Which I... Like, I can trust that what this variable I am using currently will always and is always going to be a bool, or whatever it might be. That I kind of like that, because I assume with a dynamically typed language that you would kind of lose that in some regard, where you might. There could be more uncertainty whether this is always the type you're looking for. Potentially. This is me, like, assuming stuff, of course, but... It does not feel like it was made for educational purposes, that's why I'm building this tool, okay. The way coding works in my class is everybody learns C++, despite not focusing much on STL. What's STL? Standard template library, okay. And also we get thrown in some buzzwords that nobody will ever use afterwards. I think it is incredibly accessible and easy to get started and make something cool while limiting students to pixel art, simple as effects, so they don't spend much time making art and sound effects and music, which tends to happen in my Unity classes. Scope creep, man. That's how you do it. Here is the link again. If anyone wants to check it out, go ahead and do so. Rather than focusing on the coding / game development aspect, yeah, which I suppose, you know, in some regard is what you are more focused on teaching out, right? These are not the types you're looking for. Sorry to distract you for so long, thanks for taking a peek. Oh, no worries, man. I have said multiple times that I don't really mind a bit of distractions every now and then. You know, the way I view it is that if I was very clearly not wanting to be destroyed. Okay, now we're going a bit harsh here. Distracted. I would not be streaming, because that would be idiotic. Especially with my type of personality, it's not that difficult to distract me. Let's be honest here. I think if you've been around the stream for some time, you are probably quite aware. It's not that difficult to throw me a little distraction. I feel like I should do something here where I explain that this is like an estimation. I know CodeRad did as well. CodeRad Games. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the one man that I take a lot of inspirations for. Not particularly that we have similar games or anything, but in terms of like my Steam page, I based a lot of it on CodeRad, let's be honest. I know he has his... What is this? Press inquiries? Game summary. Yeah, this is basically his pitch deck, right? No, wait. Marketing material. Nope, this is not what I'm looking for. Oh, maybe he sent me that. Maybe you can't find it straight through here. Just this was a much shorter summary. I know he linked me before a more full-on pitch deck, but maybe that's hidden on the actual site. It's possible, because I know he said like something like release date estimation, and I feel like doing some little disclaimer like that is probably good. I think we're gonna get into some actual coding after this slide, and maybe we quickly sort out this one as well. But I'm not gonna. I don't plan to finish this entire pitch deck today. I just wanna get whatever we have here currently into a slightly better state. I feel like this inventory is taking up too much. Focus. I don't know how to remove it now though, so I'm gonna leave it. That's what I'm gonna do. I also don't want to sound like a noob, like as I'm a fucking newbie and this is my first proper release. I have no damn clue if these dates will remain correct, but oh well. I feel like I can't really do this now, can I? This feels a bit unprofessional. But I feel like doing some disclaimer like this could be pretty good. That Q1 might be too early with these distractions. It's most likely Q1 2028. Yeah, that's kind of one feeling as well. I'm actually, like I said, no joke. This timeline is stressing me out. Because this means I have about 1 month to finish all of the features we need for the game. That seems kind of fine. Building most of the... Finishing the story and building most of the content in like 2 months, that seems a bit stressful. Technically I do have 3 months because I'm not gonna do a bunch of localization. Obviously I need to finalize a tool for it, but most of that is already done. But either if I would end up getting a publisher, I imagine that maybe they could help out with localization, or otherwise we're gonna do community driven localization. That is the current plan. So, which means that I should be able to continue working on story and content during September as well. Mainly, I might have to do some stuff in regards to localization, but it's not like I'm gonna spend a full month only working on localization. Because I think at this point, especially for something like demo, I'm not gonna localize the game to Swedish unless I have to, which I don't, because that's dumb. You don't need Swedish localization. So, you know, if I feel stressed, I'm just gonna rip that out of the game. Demo release. And then October, that means we will have November, December to do some beta testing, finalize all of the content in the game, do polishing and stuff, and then Q1 we do the full release. Maybe it's not too bad. I feel more stressed about getting the demo out in time than I do about full release early 2026 seems pretty realistic. Demo in October seems realistic but slightly stressful. That's how I'm gonna put it. Yeah, Code Red is the MVP, he is. Procrastination all the way, you know it. My current jobs are tooltip upgrades and AI upgrades. So your priorities are divided into must, shoulds and coulds. So wait, so your priorities are divided into must, shoulds and coulds. I mean, in some regard, it is. I think that something like localization is pretty much a must. However, localization for every single language is not. Something like Swedish, my own language, is definitely in the low bottom tier of languages that I need to localize for. Get in like Spanish, Portuguese, French, Chinese, Russian, German, those are the more important languages. Japanese, potentially. I feel like those are more important to localize for. Otherwise, most of this is pretty much must-haves. Like, obviously, the game needs to be feature complete. I do need story, I do need content. But I suppose, especially with localization, it's a bit of a caveat where it, you know, how many languages we localize for, that could change, depending on time and resources and opportunities, whatnot. I don't know. I mean, this is just me repeating the same thing. The fact that it's an estimation is kind of saying that it could change. The one thing I don't like that much about this font is the fact that there's actually not that big of a difference between bold and non-bold text. It's almost kind of hard to tell what is bold and what isn't. Compared to, I think, if we did like Arial, I feel like it's much more clear what is bold. But I do kind of like this font. It is the font I use in the game as well. What's up, Swizer PT? How you doing, man? Bem-vindo. Como que é, pá? Wait, isn't STL Swede's temporary lunacy? Could have been. Hope you're doing well, man. Nice to see ya. Increase the size of the bold text manually? Probably could. Yeah, maybe just one even. Is this bold as well? Yeah, I do say estimation here as well, actually. Another trick is making the text, the normal text less white. Oh yeah, that is actually quite clever too. Yeah, I don't know, it looks more inconsistent when you play around with the sizing, doesn't it? Yeah, even this, which wasn't a huge change, actually is quite visible. If we do like... So which one is that? Okay, what if we do like this one? Yeah, I might actually prefer that, to be honest. So we would do something where everything else is like this color. That's even darker, isn't it? Good idea. I think I prefer this. Can I add this specific one? Here. I have no idea what I'm doing. You know, there should be a better way of doing this. It would have probably been easier to do this, actually. Change all of this to the gray one. And then change these back to white instead. Yeah, I prefer this. I think it looks more clean. might have an education in graphical printing media. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Makes it look more artistic with font differences. That is true, but it also looks less concise, doesn't it? I feel like it's easier to overdo it with that. But yeah, I suppose artistic is a pretty good way to put it. Oh my god, can I select multiple like this? I had no idea. That is so convenient. Just hold control. I didn't know I could do that. That's fucking genius. Can I turn off spell check? Beads with the raid. What's up, Kultari? Welcome in as well. Show us your colorful game. That one is gonna be difficult. Welcome in, people. Thank you very much for the raid, Beads. I appreciate ya. If anyone coming in does not know of me, I'm currently working on this point-and-click horror game with very few colors. Mainly monochromatic, with a little bit of accents in red. Currently working on a bit of a pitch deck here, but we are gonna get into some proper game development in just a little bit. But if you wanna get a little bit of a taste for the game, then here's the teaser. There we have it, the game is available for wishlist as we speak. Gabriel White, welcome in as well. Zach, Tartarus of Hades, welcome in, hope you're all doing good. And Tartarus, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya, this looks awesome, thank you so much. And also, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't, thank you for the gigantified emote as well, Coda. Simple and beautiful, thank you Zach. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not checked out the one and only Beads, then definitely go ahead and do so. He also has a fucking popping YouTube channel, this guy, doesn't he? He made probably one of the best like game dev content things I have seen in a very long time. Which is this one. Did you change the title of this one? Was this always the title? I think you changed the title. But this video is so fucking good that if you haven't, this is like 1.5 hours of quality content. I should say, I did watch all of this. I think I might even have gone back and started re-watching portions of it. It was really good, so please go and check it out if you haven't. It's good quality shit, man. You could tell that there was a lot of hard work that went into that video. And yeah, it's really good shit. I'm trying to kinda follow in his footsteps here on the YouTube thingy. I did recently actually publish my first devlog on YouTube, so you could check that one out as well. Would mean a lot to me. Posted it like 5 days ago or something. My first little venture into the game dev sphere on YouTube, so you know, appreciate any support on the video. But he is right, yeah, no, that video was really good. Like, I'm talking proper high quality content, man. Proper high quality content. And for anyone interested in game development, or probably especially if you're interested in content creation around game development and stuff as well, which you probably should be if you are interested in, at least in self-publishing, that video is a very good insight to have. Yeah. Congrats, I'll watch it with me on lunch. Thank you, man. I appreciate your beads. So about that one, I just had my girlfriend bring me a cup of tea.
Hello.
Very nice. Strom. Welcome in, man. Nice to have you, as always. Not sure on the repo vid, it might end up being a series. I have 8 minutes of finished video that used 1 out of a total 16 hours footage. Damn. Yeah. My editing backlog is fucking humongous, people. It actually is. Like, I'm really happy that I finally published this video. This is something that I had planned for a very long time. So the devlog I just made was basically the story of how I got into game development and how I made my first ever game. But obviously I have a lot of like devlogs for this game, and I could even do some of other games I made as well, because I have a lot of the development recorded. And then I also have like, I think I'm behind on like 200 clips on my clip channel, and I'm behind on like at least two videos on my second channel. I don't know. And then I'm also looking at this fucking timeline, like, how am I gonna have the time to do all of this? I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. There comes the food spawner. But is it tea spawner? It is indeed. It is indeed. Yeah, the thing is that is also just when you have so much footage, because that was the thing. I wanted to only make one video of this first game I did, but I had, I think, 70 hours almost of recorded footage. So even though I only wanted to make like a 10-minute video, like sifting through all of that footage to find what I actually wanted to use was a nightmare, man. But I'm very happy that it is finally done. Do you have anything else you want to show off, Beads? Anything else you've been working on? Feel free to do so if that's the case. Okay, I think this is the closest thing to a relatively realistic timeline we can put together for now. As I mentioned, I do think it is a little bit... It's a little bit optimistic, I think. But I don't think it's unrealistic. That's how I'm gonna put it. I don't like that screenshot though. I think I'm just gonna switch between these two, maybe. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. Boom. But here we also need some... Okay, I think we're gonna quickly finish this one, and then then I'm pretty much happy with this for now. Definitely gonna need to add more stuff, but for like general direction, I think this is pretty good. Might be worth doing something like this, showing off the theme, and then we should definitely do something like this. At least like show off some screenshots and stuff, and just like explain the core game loop and stuff. Probably need something on the narrative as well. And then maybe get some quotes from maybe both people who played the Game Jam version as well as people who have playtested the new versions. Nothing bigger than the YouTube video, thank you. Maybe a Steam page in the next week or so. Oh really? That is exciting, man. Let me know as soon as you got that up and I'll share it in the Discord and everything. Gotta gotta support our fellow developers. If anyone wants to join the Discord, you have a link right here. When you think it's realistic, add 20% more. Yeah, 20% more time. That is probably fair. That is probably fair. I mean, it's so hard to tell though. I think the issue here is the fact that I haven't had enough practice, right? Like, this is my first proper, like, commercial release, which means that I don't feel very comfortable in terms of gauging how long stuff is gonna take for me, because I just haven't done it enough. Like, my initial one was to join the Next Fest in June. And I realize now, looking at this, I'm like, what did I even think? There's no way I could have gotten all of this done. I mean, if I would have scoped down the project even more, I think obviously I got way higher ambitions for this than what I maybe started off with, but yeah. Contacts. I don't know if it's worth putting anything other than my email here. Just like, obviously I could do links to like my Discord server and all of that stuff, but I don't know if that's worth it. I should probably link to the Steam page somewhere though. That would probably be a good idea. Anime Lover, I think. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Right, gonna raid and lurk while I grab some food and watch your devlog. If you finish streaming before I get back, have a great rest of stream. I will not. I will probably be live for at least another 2 hours or so, but thank you very much for giving the devlog a go, and let me know what you think about it. I do keep some value to your opinion, so let me know. That's the same pitch deck sample I worked with for mine. Yeah, it does seem pretty good. And from what I saw in that Reddit post where he shared this, it seems like both people on Reddit and publishers in general have had English a very good reaction to this one. So might as well base it on this. Some things here I don't feel super comfortable doing. Like, I can definitely list out similar games and see like how well they did, but like we forecast 300,000 units and $2 plus $2 million in net revenue. Like, this is where, frankly, I kind of want to go, I don't fucking know, man. I mean, I hope it made some money, but yeah. Box transition. What's up, Slayton? Hope you're doing well. What do you need a pitch deck for? For potential publishers or funders or whatever it could be. I think it could be good to have. I recently had a publisher reach out to me, so obviously they asked me if I had like a pitch deck or a playable build. I did have a playable build I could send them, but I didn't have a pitch deck, and it felt a little bit unprofessional. In some regard. It felt weird to have to say like, oh no, I don't have that ready. I've been working on this game for like 6 months. Of course, there's a reason why, because I barely even knew that pitch decks was a thing. I mean, I learned about it like a week ago, so, you know, there's a reason why. But it made sense to probably have something like this ready in case an opportunity arises. Oh, I thought you were going indie. I mean, that was the plan. My plan was to self-publish this game, but the more I thought about it, especially after they reached out to me as well, I'm like, you know, if I can get a good deal from a publisher, why would I not take it? Do you know what I mean? I don't have anything against self-publishing, but if they, you know, if I find a publisher who's willing to give me a good deal, I don't see anything wrong with going with it. Because in some regard, it could also mean security for me. Like, we have to keep into account here that I am legitimately burning up my savings making this game. Like, I'm losing about $1,200 every single month making this game. I mean, I make a little bit from Twitch, of course, but it's nowhere near enough to pay my bills. It definitely helps out, and I very much appreciate everyone who has been supporting me, but it's not money I can live off. So I think right now I'm losing about $1,200 every single month, and that's, you know, it's quite a lot of money. So in some regard, if I would find a publisher, even if they would take, you know, a decent cut of the sales from the game, like, you know, if they are willing to give me a cash advance that pays me back the time I put into this, or even gives me a bit extra or whatever it might be, like, that's guaranteed money that I can use to later on invest into a new game. Whereas if I go and I self-publish it, I could potentially earn even more if the game managed to do well, but there's no guarantees. I have no safety in it. Do you know what I mean? At work we have a rule when we estimate the effort of tasks. We generally estimate the effort we think it would be logical to implement it comfortably in time, okay? Then depending on the effort we add more test time, and then at the end we add 20% of the total time on top. That sounds like a pretty decent approach, to be honest. Because I think things always take more time than we think they are. I was so sure you said bitch stack. No, I did not. Hey Vintage, welcome in, hope you're doing well. If you're in the early stages of development and a publisher approaches you saying, hey, can we pay you to do this? It makes sense to say yes. Exactly, that's basically how I view it as well. Because let's be honest here, if my game ends up making enough for me to be able to put more time into continuing making games, that would be a success for me. I don't need millions. I really don't. I mean, would I say no to millions? Of course not. Like, if you want to give me free money, I will happily take your free money. Speaking of which, did you know that if you had Amazon Prime, you can actually get a free subscription on Twitch using your Prime sub, completely free for you, and I still make money? Is that not a great fucking deal? So, you know, if you have Twitch Prime, make sure to use that one. Anyway, Gabriel, thank you very much for the follow. But what I'm trying to say is that if I make enough to be able to continue to do this, that's my goal. That's what I want to do. So if a publisher can basically upfront guarantee me that type of success or whatever, or at least make it a lot more likely or whatever it might be, it kind of makes sense to go for it. I mean, yeah, if Netflix reached out to me, I'd probably sell rights to my book as well, yeah. What's up, BMO artist? How you doing? Welcome in. How are you doing today? So far, so good. Playing around with this little pitch deck. I feel like we're getting somewhere. It's definitely not perfect. I just want to have something. That's basically what I'm going for, yeah. I definitely need to link to the Steam page, though. I really do. Even if I just do something like this. Steam store page. Can I should be able to make this a link, right? Yeah. Info, okay, yeah. So let's do done, boom. How you doing, BMO? Nice to have you. It depends on the deal, obviously. Yeah, for sure. Like, obviously, as someone who's quite inexperienced in this domain, I am quite wary. Like, obviously, I've heard the horror stories of publishers and indie developers who might not have gotten like the best deals, so to speak. So that is something I do keep in mind. But yeah, what I'm basically thinking is that I'm gonna have an open mind. I'm gonna go in with an open mind and then we'll see. Wait, how are you losing money? Because I have bills that I need to pay. I have food I have to buy. So like, I don't invest money in this. I don't invest money into this game in terms of like paying someone to code for me or make art assets for me or whatever it might be. I don't do that type of investment into the game. But for anyone who doesn't know, I do this full time. This game is literally funded by my savings. So my investment into this game is me paying off my bills and buying food. That is basically my investment into the game, right? Because if I wouldn't be able to spend this much time on the game if I was not going full time, which means that arguably I have, you know, I have about, well, I think I made $70 last month and I lost about $1,200-1,300. So I am most definitely not making money at the moment. Does that make sense? Ask your Swedish queen for money? I don't know if that's gonna work. I'm doing alright, nice looking deck, thank you. I appreciate that. Do you have any tips for making pitch decks, BMO? Anything I should keep in mind? Okay, now you said it purposely, like what I heard the first time. No, I didn't. Pitch deck. Corporate types love a QR code. I think I have a QR. No, wait, I think the QR code I have is for my link tree. Maybe we should throw in the QR code here as well. Crazy how today's word was pitch. Holy shit, I did not even clock that until now. That is kind of a mad coincidence, isn't it? That's actually kind of mad. Okay, we have an ad coming up in about 50 seconds for the non-subscribers. Thank you very much for your patience, I appreciate it. What's up, Code Red Games? Welcome in, man, how you doing? Yet another fellow developer here on Twitch. Go and check him out. Yeah, maybe we should throw in a QR code here too. Or is it weird to do it under contact? We'll see. I think that's a pretty good idea though. Thank you, Vintage. I mean, China, we just understand losing money differently, it seems. But wait. How am I not losing money? Because I'm definitely not earning money. I mean, I am earning money, but not in a bigger rate than I'm losing it. So I feel like objectively, I am losing money. Like, I think I've lost about... Like, or... How do we say this? Yeah, I mean, I don't see how I wouldn't be losing money because I had more money before and I have less money now. So I must have lost money, right? QR code, NFT link, crypto wallet, new crypto coin link. How you did the words on stream, how did you not realize? I don't know, man, I don't know. I thought about in pitch as in like the sound, you know, the pitch of someone's voice or the pitch of a of the audio, right? Like that's the way I had like tunnel vision on that part, I think. Okay, so here we need to have... I don't think it needs to be this wide, does it? It does need to be China wide though. Maybe we do something like this. Whoops. And then a lot lower. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna continue responding to chat after the ads have finished, in case you guys are in an ad as we speak. Why can I not see the thingy now? Do I need the background? Why you now show me the thingy? Okay, the ads are over. Welcome back, people. What's up, Code with TD? Welcome in, man. I have a question for you, if you don't mind. I have a streaming bot question for you. When does the party start? There's always a party over here, man. You can incorporate graphics in your QR code, which will really work with the art style. Nothing I can distill down to and easily communicate, but we always try and keep them simple and direct, show off what is great/unique about the game and the experience it will deliver to the players, then drive those points home. Other than that, it's why you or your company are a good person to build this. Okay. Oh, that all made sense. Thank you, man. I think contacts need your full name and location, but add that off stream. Yeah. I mean, here do they? For a pitch deck, why would they need my full name and location? For a contract, I think they will need that. But for the pitch deck, they would really only need a way to contact me, right? That's kind of the way I view it, at least. I don't know. While existing money minus. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You're not losing money, you're making future money. But we don't know that, right? Like, if my game ends up making say that I sell my game and I end up making 5k. I did make future money, but I still lost money, right? I spent more money making this game than I did selling it. At that point, even though yes, I made money, but overall it's still a loss, right? Like, I still had less money than I started. That's the reason why I should consider a publisher. If they can guarantee me to not have that type of loss, then I feel like that might be a good deal, if that makes sense. Even if they are then going to take a cut of the sales. Answer these questions. Why this game? Why now? Why me, this developer? And why will it resonate with the players? I might just save these somewhere. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Why now? That's an interesting one. Basically, why is it going to work? Why is this game gonna work in this time period? Because I do think that is a perhaps thing that we sometimes miss out on, right? Like the fact that potentially a game could be really good, but maybe was not released in the correct time period. Like, it was too early for this game. Does that make sense? I think that could be a thing. Contact. Compile error, rip. Shoot. Okay, so Code with TD. As you are the streaming bot expert, that is the title I am going to give you. I have made my own little thingy that tracks whoever is first arrives to the chat. Basically what I do is that whenever I start the stream, the first person to send a message in the chat, who is not me or the bot, will get a little shout out that like, oh, you were the first one in the chat. And then I save that to one of your global variables, right? So that the bot says something along the lines of like, you have been first 10 times or whatever it might be. So what I've been kind of curious about is that I think it could be cool to make a function to display a leaderboard. So that I could say that you could do like exclamation mark leaderboard in the chat, and then it would list like the top 5 or top 10 people with the most first chats in the stream. Is that possible? I couldn't really at first figure out a way to, like, how would I find, because I need to like somehow find all of these different global user variables, loop through them, and like order them and like take the top 10 or something is what I imagine I have to do. But I couldn't really figure out how, if it's possible to like get them into like a list or whatever in that type of way. Do you know of like a way to do something like that? I don't think alternative costs, for example, you working on the game while you could have a salary job, is losing money. Otherwise, you'd also have to admit that you're losing money by sleeping because you don't earn anything during that time. Yes, but for the normal person, or like for me, before, I wasn't technically... I mean, I do see your point, absolutely. But the thing is that I still had enough income that over a specific month, I always made more money than I lost, right? Like that's how I have savings today, because I made more than I had bills and payments to do. Whereas now, that's no longer the case. If anything, it's almost actually more that I almost feel like I'm losing money by sleeping. Like it's very easy to become a workaholic, because I know that the only thing that's taking this game forward is me working on it. As soon as I stop working on this game, any potential future incomes I might have completely stop. All the progress stops, right? So in some regard, I almost even see it that way now. I don't know, I fully understand what you're saying. Like your bills and food are independent from the game. I don't think they are, necessarily. You'd have to pay the bills anyway, whether you worked on the game or not. Yes, but I could not work on the game this much if I had to work at a different job, right? So like, the fact that I'm not taking a job is so that I can have the time to make this game. But that is also the reason why I don't have an income, so that's why I feel like my investment is the fact that rather than having an income and working, I use my savings, I throw little matches at my savings every month to be able to spend this time working on the game. So I would say, although I understand what you mean in the sense of that like it's independent from the game, like in some regard that is very much true. However, they are also connected, right? Because it's the fact that I want to spend this time working on the game, that's the reason why I cannot have an income right now. Does that make sense? Yeah, but I could be making money working and paying them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's still an investment though, that's what I said, because I am purposefully using my savings to fund this game. And if I do that while not, because that must be true, right? Like I am still funding the development of this game with my savings. But I mean, I suppose, yeah, if you argue that my living costs are separate, that might not be the case. But in my mind, in my view currently, those things cannot be separate. Because I cannot make this game unless I use my savings to pay my bills. That is what gives me the opportunity to sit here and make the game right now. Like, I would not be live on Twitch right now if I had to have a job. I would be out working. I would come home, I would be tired, and I would have maybe only manage to stream for 3 hours while making the game. Well, technically he isn't losing money if his bills are paid at the end of the month. He is literally losing money because he's eating through his savings every month. Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. Because no matter what, if you look at it, like, when I started this, I had more money than I have now. So, if I'm not losing money, what is happening to my money? Because in my mind, if I wasn't losing money, I should have the same amount of money. Does that make sense? I don't know. No one knows, but if you can pitch an idea with proof of concept, you're successful, whether it's to a publisher or directly to the player. Yeah, that's part of it, but it's not the only answer question they have. But getting them excited about pulling the trigger and signing you now, when you need them to act. If they believe the iron is hot, they will want to strike, so anything you can do to show them why the market is ready for the experience and will be excited about it can help them feel confident in the gamble they are taking. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's really easy. Can I post links? Yeah, sure, go for it. Because I think I just struggled finding the actual function to, like, be able to retrieve these user variables and, like, store them somewhere so I can do something with them. I think that was the part that kind of messed me up a little bit. It's different when running a business. The opposite of generating profit is making a loss. It's only technically a loss if you stop working. But then wouldn't that be... Yeah, so then that would be the case for me, right? Because you could argue that I'm trying to run a business here. So at that point you could even go as far as saying that when I sleep I lose money. Because I'm certainly not making money. That's my life, Chirpy. 3-hour streams max every day just of a job. Exactly. But of course there's pros and cons to this, right? Because for you, CodeRad, absolutely fair that you have less time to work on the game, you have less time to stream and so on. But you don't, I assume that you don't have to dig out of your savings as much. And I think this is something that obviously each person should think very carefully about and make their own decisions. Generally speaking, let's be honest, I am doing the irresponsible thing. Most people should not quit their jobs to make a game. Like, generally speaking, that's the way it goes. Like, I'm kind of making a, you know, calculated gamble here, where, and I think my situation is different because whether, you know, I'm losing money or not, my mindset is that I don't think I will ever look back on this time period and go, damn, what a waste of time and money that was. I think I'm still always going to value this experience whether I make it or not, so to speak. But with that being said, would I like to not drain all of my savings? Yes, very much so. It would be... I would feel a lot more secure about my future if I didn't fully drain my savings. But if I did full time on Road Blight, I would be double negative because I have to pay the artist, so I would run out of savings fast. Yeah, and that's another thing, like, obviously, although in my mind I lose a lot of money, I am very much aware of the fact that my general living cost isn't that high. It could have been a lot worse. Like, you know, obviously if you have like a family, you know, maybe even higher rent or a big mortgage you need to pay, you have car payments, maybe as you, CodeRad, you have to pay an artist for your game to progress and stuff as well. Like, obviously it could be a lot worse, but yeah, still, the end result is that my money is draining. I look at my bank account and I go, oh, okay, I'm running out of time. That's basically what it is, right? So here's an example from Pony. Okay, it's pretty much using this. I do something very similar, which I'm hoping to share soon, but instead of being the first person to chat, I call it Early Bird, and it gets anyone who redeems it during the start and soon stream. Okay. Oh, I see, that's pretty clever too. The thing is that I kind of also, because the one thing I didn't like about the redeem system, I do understand that I'm doing the opposite though. I think maybe what I should do is have a redeem and a chat function for it. Because the thing I don't like is when you see someone like go into someone's chat, they send a message, they are literally the first person in the stream, and then someone else redeems the first thingy. But I see that you're also doing something different here, where because I assume you mean that multiple people can Like as long as the starting soon screen is going, then you can redeem the early bird thing. So that is kind of different. Sleeping is human cost of labor. Yeah, I work full time and have a child, so I can squeeze in 6 hours stream dev a week, but all my bills are paid. Yeah. So, and I can stream for like 10 hours a day, and all of my bills are paid too, but obviously it comes at a cost, right? The fact that my savings become less and less every month. But I am also very aware that I am still in a pretty fortunate position, because my expenses could have been a lot worse. They could have been better, but they also could have been a lot worse. Yeah, I'm just saving a lot less money every month because of the game. How much time do you have left, roughly? It's a bit hard to say, because let's be honest here. I probably don't want to literally empty all of my savings. Like, that would be very, very risky. Because who knows, maybe I have to spend a few months looking for work or something. So like, I do need to have some buffer, which means that I need to like abort mission a bit before my savings run out. And where I draw that line about like where I'm gonna be comfortable with is hard to say. Currently, I am not too stressed out about it. I mean, it does hurt me to look at my bank account, of course, but I'm not gonna like run out in a couple of months either. It's still very impressive that you managed to squeeze in 3 hours daily. Yeah, I did a lot less streaming when I had a job. I never managed to be very consistent either. It's much easier now when this is like my full-time thing. Like, I have no excuse not to do it. When I had a job, it was a lot easier to be like, you know, I'm tired today, I'm gonna skip today's stream or whatever it might be. And we got Bjarne coming in with the re-subscription. 9 months. That's a literal baby. Let's fucking go.
Matchy cheers.
Absolute legend. Thank you so much, Bjarne. It really does mean a lot. Speaking of me fucking losing money, we have a legend coming in with a subscription. And a new badge, I think. I think you just unlocked a new badge. Very appropriate. Matching your username and everything. Let's go. Hope you're doing well, Bjarne. Nice to see ya. Yeah, multiple people can redeem it, yeah. BitGaming does something with the first chatter like you are wanting. Yeah, and the first chatted thing is working fully. It's the leaderboard thing I was a bit confused about. Now, for real, set yourself a limit where you say it didn't work out, time to get a job. Yeah, exactly. And like, because what I meant to say is that that limit cannot be when my money runs out. Because that is mad risky and irresponsible. Because what if I say that I would struggle to find a job? Or whatever it might be, then what? Now I can't pay my bills. Like I can't take that type of risk. So there needs to be some limit. I need to at least have a buffer of a couple of months or something, as like the target of when I'm like, yeah, okay, this didn't work out. Time to be a grown up and get a job again. You know what I mean? Money plus plus, indeed. Dude, the fucking programming human here. Let's go. All good, nice to hear it, man. How's it going? So far so good. We've been working a bit on this little pitch deck today. I think I'm pretty much where I want to be for today. So I think we might get into a bit of development. But we're starting to have a little bit of a pitch deck going. We definitely need to add more stuff, but as a first little edition of this, I think it is not looking too bad. Add to personal word list. Yes, please. Single player. There we go. I watched this YouTuber who has kids and sold his house so he can pursue YouTube plus game dev. He quit job and his wife quit job to do game dev. Damn. I would never be able to take such risk. Yeah, I mean, of course it could work out, but that's it's risky, man. Like, there's a lot more on the line there. Which, one of the reasons why I'm doing this is because I feel like I'm at a good spot to do it, right? Like, I don't have much expenses, I don't have like a big family I need to take care of, I don't have like car payments or any loans I need to pay off. So like, and I'm still relatively young or whatever. If there's any time for me to take this type of risk, even though obviously I don't do the same risk that they did, but it's still like a risk because, as I said, I see this as an investment with my money, which means that there's no way of me knowing if I'm actually gonna, you know, get a return on that investment. But I feel like if I'm gonna ever take the shot at something like this, now's kind of the time. Also, Vintage, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate ya. I wonder if I saw the same one. I think at least I've seen the... I think I might have seen the thumbnail for that video. It is scary but also inspiring. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely inspiring. They have 60k subs now after like 2 years. I'm gonna pop off, but look forward to catching you up later. Have a great stream. Thank you very much, Vintage. Thank you for dropping by. And yeah, hope to see you another time. Cheers, man. Okay, let me have a quick look at this. This extension provides a way to display a leaderboard using any numeric user variables or user counters from a Twitch reward. It will also provide arguments for displaying the same list in OBS or other things. This leaderboard will work with multiple platforms. YouTube, blah blah blah, create leaderboard. SB file. Use a variable or... okay. So you can get it through that one. And then what do we have here? Get Twitch users variable. Okay. Get a list of all Twitch users with a given variable along with their values. Yeah, this is... why did I not find this before? This is pretty much exactly what I need, right? CPH get users variable. And wait, what did you pass in here? String variable name. Bool persisted equals true. So bool persisted would be global. So and that's defaults to true. So only the variable name. So it would be like list of this is get use Twitch users variable. For long. Wait, what is? No, long is a variable type, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so I would do int first chats true, and then here we can loop. Okay, so this is pretty much all I need. If I can do this, then I think I should be fine to make this. Thank you very much for sharing it, Code with TD, I appreciate ya. I don't know how I didn't find that before. What inspired you for the graphics of Shroud of Gloom? A lot of it was kind of emergent and kind of accidental, I'm gonna be honest. That is pretty much the case. So what happened is that I wanted to test out the resolution I wanted. I knew I wanted pixel art. So I made the first little room, and to make it simple for myself, I just put in a black background and I used white to like try out like, okay, this is how the wall would be, which means that like if I'm gonna have a table, it's gonna be about this size, just to see if everything is gonna fit that kind of way. And then on stream I showed that off, and I was actually planning to start like shading everything and doing, you know, actually like putting colors and everything and shading it and stuff. But it was actually kind of a democratic vote by Twitch chat, where a lot of people actually really liked that like one-bit art style. So I ended up going with it, and I am very happy I did. Because I think it's something that makes the game stand out a little bit, and it is also a pretty good workflow, because obviously I would have to spend a lot more time making this game if I had to shade everything. What did you make the graphics in? I started off using GIMP, but I don't recommend it very much for pixel art, so later on I had a very generous donation from Check's Party, which was used to buy a sprite, which I now use for anything pixel art related, and I absolutely love it. If you want to work with pixel art, I highly recommend a sprite. Gamedev has taught me that I am most productive after a healthy poo. Fair enough. Chirpy, are you mad at me? Why would I be mad at you, Pirogidev? Of course I'm not. Then why are you mad, Chirpy? But fair enough. Fair enough. Self-reflection is important. Without morning coffee, I'm a mere mortal. Chirpy loves a word, however. Wait, what?
Pirogidev is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
It's time to be ergonomic. Let's stand up for a little bit. Damn, does that mean you technically got like a stand-up, what you call it? When everyone stands up to clap, that's a term you use. You know what I'm trying to say. Thanks bro, no worries, Genesis. Chirpy is only mad at the world. I think I'm a pretty happy lad, don't you think? I used to be, dude, I think I had a bit of anger issues when I was younger, for sure. But I think I've grown a lot more patient with time. Okay, I think we're gonna leave the deck here for today and maybe have a bit more of a look at Keybindings. I think we're gonna do like another hour and a half or something. Save this as well. This is however this however that Oh, okay, now I get it, okay. But I mean that is true, however, I do think I'm joking. Dude, I'm too funny, man. I'm too funny. Thank you for lurking, Conrad. I appreciate ya. Standing ovation, that was the term I was looking for. However, don't make me self-conscious, Conrad. Fuck, you're messing with my head now. We have an ad coming up in about 20 seconds for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate ya. I'm gonna take a quick little minute break, but I'll be back before the ads are over and we'll get into some game development. That is the plan. So, see you guys in just a little bit. Thanks for the patience. Cheers. Amazes with the raid during the Be Right Back. Sorry man, that was bad timing. Welcome in people, thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate ya. Hope you're doing well. Anyone coming in, if you don't know of me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. which you can check out right about here. I am also, if you didn't know, an absolutely professional gamer when it comes to a Mises game. You think I'm gonna have full amber in like a day, I promise you guys. If anyone does not know of the one and only Mises, definitely go and check him out, one of my favorite streamers on Twitch. He's currently working on a game called Shadows of Tuonela, based on a lot of inspiration from RuneScape, and then it's based in like a Finnish mythology theme. Very cool stuff. I've played the closed beta and the game is actually a lot of fun. So make sure to wishlist and follow the game, support our fellow developers. Also Cubezoid, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate ya. I'm Venny, welcome in, hope you're doing well. Terve, terve. I'm always going to assume that everyone coming in from a Mises is Finnish, whether it is correct or not. But I'm not gonna stop doing it. Hope you're doing well. We're doing good. It was good to get back into deving. Nice, man. Nice. Did you work on anything fun today? Anything you want to show off? Tarsamika, let's go. I got a run though, been streaming for ages. See you in a little bit. See you a bit later. No worries, Amises. Once again, thank you very much for the raid, and yeah, I'll catch you later. Cheers, man. Cubezoid, how you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome in. Minne on Suomi. Suomi. Så in i helvete. Let's go. Let's go. Can I sit down? How long have I been standing? No, I still have to stand up. Okay, fair enough. So, if you guys, before we get into the actual devin, which we are going to do, I could give you guys a little overview of what we have been working on today. So today I started doing a bit of a pitch deck. So that's where we are at. It's not anything super fancy, but you know, we have a bit of a general overview of the game here. Trailers, some contact information. It's getting there. It's getting there. Definitely not like fully fleshed out and finished, but this is what I spent some time doing today. I think it's getting there. That's what I'm gonna say. So far so good. Today though, in terms of actual development, I think we're gonna continue playing around a bit with Keybindings. Although this is a point and click game, I have had a bit of feedback that quite a few playtesters would like to have a few keybindings in the game. So it wasn't something I wanted in the beginning, but seeing the demand for it, I think it's definitely worth testing it out. So I did sort it out, so we have a keybinding, or well, we have a separate button to turn on and off the flashlight. But we want to do something similar for the map and inventory as well. I wouldn't say I'm finished, but sure. Okay, you're honorably... okay, fuck that word. Yeah, you're kinda finished. Let's put it that way. So, where'd you come from, Vinny? If you don't mind, of course. If you don't mind. This plant, welcome in as well. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let me sit down. Germany, okay, gotcha. Moin moin. Ich heiße Schöppi, ich spreche Deutsch nicht, spreche Deutsch. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Okay. Oh, I'm in the credits. I think I need to update the credits again. I think we've gotten a few more supporters. Can I get them in there? At least before we do the build. Moin, let's go. So last stream I made it so that if we pick up the flashlight, you can now use right click to turn the flashlight on and off. Which so far I don't really mind. It's possible that it's gonna make the game slightly easier, because at least at some point in the game, I do want to have the mechanic from the game jam, where you have to turn off the light to hide from some possible danger. So you are gonna be able to turn it off a little bit more quickly compared to, you know, actually having to click on the flashlight, which was the case before. But overall, I think it's fine. So what we now would want to make is to, I suppose, be able to open the inventory with a button and also open the map. I think we're gonna do the map first, because I think that one's easier. So I have this, like, I wanted to do a bunch of diegetic UI, which I kinda like, to be honest, rather than having like big buttons on the screen. But if people want key bindings, let's try and give them some key bindings. I still very much want the game to be playable using only the mouse though. That is something I never want to go as far as making it obligatory to use key bindings, except for the one exception, which is escape. That one you technically need to be able to pause the game, and that I think is fine. But in terms of the other, like, in-game stuff, or whatever you want to call it, I think it should be playable with only mouse. But if people want key bindings, I think that's okay. We do have some other issues though, which I'm not entirely sure how I want to solve. Because this actually changes a few things. I think if we pick up the flashlight, if I go here and then I turn the light off. Okay, the arrow did disappear after I exit. Doesn't appear. That's fine though, because you should not be able to click on it. But question is if this arrow, when I turn off the light, maybe it should disappear if you can't click on it. But we also have other issues, like if I now get myself some tools and stuff, I can now open the inventory and then turn off the lights. And this is non-interactable. This feels weird. So either we have to make it so that turning off the light is automatically gonna close the inventory, or we have to say that inventory is now interactable whether you have a light on or not. And I assume the same will go here. Maybe the UI elements should be interactable no matter what, just that you barely see what you're doing. Because I don't know about you guys, but I personally think it's kind of cool that you have to use the backpack on the actual UI elements too. I think it adds a bit of charm, in my opinion. But let's get this working in a rough manner first, and then see if we can improve it. So, I think we're gonna have a look at the map. Did you see my new screenshot updates? I also have Steam keys that I had a few friends test. Ooh, how did the playtest go? I don't think I've seen the screenshots. Let's say late to escape, right? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, this looks good, man. I like it. Cool stuff, cool stuff. If anyone wants to check out the game, here's a little link. Support our fellow developers. Need to fix some things, but no lag or FPS drops, which is good, nice. How many wishlists do you have? Now I'm at 300, nice. Pretty much the same. I think I'm at like 318 or something. Nope, apparently we've gotten a few more. We are sitting at 322 currently. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Okay, I think I need to implement at some point I'm gonna need to implement a new input system. Because I don't have that in the game as of now. But that's fine for now, I think we're gonna hard code it. So let's do a update function here, where we check... I guess we need to check the state of the game, right? So if GameManager.currentState is equal to... When should you be able to do this? Well, I think opening the map you should only be able to do in gameplay. So if you are in gameplay, then we do a check if... I could do this in one, couldn't I? Yeah, why not? So if input dot get key down key code dot m. So if you click M and you are in gameplay, then I would like to open the map, which I suppose we just trigger this one, right? That should be everything I need. But how do I know whether I want to show or hide it? Also, that's a good question. Should you click on M again to hide it? Should clicking escape be able to hide the map as well? Then we get a lot more functionality through escape. I don't know how we're gonna sort that out. Because now usually you pause the game with escape. Now we have to check like if the map is open, then close the map. If the map isn't open, then pause the game. And then I guess maybe you should do the same for the inventory as well. Okay, I think we're only gonna use specific keys for now, and then maybe later on it might be a good idea to implement escape for this stuff as well. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of functionality with escape. It's a pause function, it's a skip cutscene function, it's a close UI element. I mean, that tends to be how it is though, isn't it? Should probably have a static bool or something to check whether the map is actually open or not. That should have been convenient, but we can calculate it, so it's fine. Bool show map is equal to we can check the position, right? We have a map show position. So when we do this, what do we actually move? We move the map target position, the map transform. So we check the position of that one. We say that if map transform dot local position dot y But wait, that means that you can spam click it. I don't know if I want that. I think you should only be able to click this key or this shortcut or whatever if the map is fully down or if it's fully open. So we do a else if statement rather than just checking a bool. You do if local position dot y is equal to map hide position, then I would like to show map true. Else if Steven Brandt, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya, welcome in. If the position of the map transform is equal to the map show position, then I would like to hide it, right? Let's see if that works. Wait, is that one active from the start? Yeah, but I can't spam click it. It doesn't feel that bad having Keybindings, to be honest. Right, this works whether the light is on or not. But I think it should. I think we're gonna make UI elements interactable whether you have light on or not. Just that you're not gonna see as much. But it made sense. I don't think you should be able to interact with items in the room without the light on, because you can't see them. But you could always argue that stuff that you have on you can still feel it, so you should probably be able to interact with it, whether light is on or not. The inventory is going to be a little bit more tricky. I think, at least. Maybe you should be able to close the inventory by just clicking on it too. It should be a bit weird that you have to like select an item. If I want to use the item or something behind here, I have to actually exit and then go back. Maybe you should select it and then just click on it to, boom, close it again. If you're going mouse only. Otherwise, you could click like I as well. I mean, yeah, the map is pretty much functional then. No, there's one thing we need to know. What happens if you haven't collected a map and I click on M? No, that should be fine, because that script is disabled, right? Yeah, so nothing happens. However, as soon as we collect it, I can now click on M. Yeah, that's fine. What's up, Creative? Holy shit, I was about to say what's up, Chappy. Am I losing it? I might be. How you doing, Creative Waste? Nice to see you, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you very much. Likewise. Did you have anything fun happen? Creative is yet another developer on Twitch. Who have I not changed out the link yet? I have not. I have not. If you guys did not know, I have heard little old news that the old one is actually on Steam now. Look at this. Look at this. Beautiful. Make sure to click that wishlist and follow button, support our fellow developers. Here's a link. Hope you're doing good, Creative. Okay, let's see if we can get the inventory to work as well. I think that one is going to be more messy, but let's try it. Let's just activate these two from start now. Coding Gree with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Big shout out to Codin. If you... Is my command not working? I know I did a command. Did I not? Okay, I shall sort it out. I was almost certain I had made one. Big shout out to Codin Gree. We might be on a little shout out cooldown as of right now, but it shall come. Sturdy Post, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. What have you been up to, Codin? Anything you want to share? If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently working on this point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. Here's a little teaser. Lolboy, welcome in as well. We also got Forgetful Programmer, how you doing? Spooky, that is what we are going for. What have you been up to, Codin? Anything you want to show off, feel free to link it. All good, quick 1 hour-ish stream, but productive, nice. Was good to tidy up Quack a bit, so I can upload a new vertical slice version to itch, exciting, link the page. The version that is there is quite an early one. Let's go, man. Exciting. Ladies, gentlemen, go in. When is it coming up, the new one? No matter what, go in. You can always click the little follow button and you should be notified when the new update is live. But this is it's like a whack a duck game, right? Called Quack. Go and check it out, people. Show some support to our fellow developers. Today we have been working on a pitch deck. So I got most of the base of the pitch deck done, so that's kind of cool. And now we are playing around a bit with Keybindings. As I mentioned before, although this is a point-and-click game, I have gotten some feedback from playtesters that quite a few of them would be interested in having Keybindings as well. And, you know, it wasn't something I intended at first, but we also have to listen to the public, don't we? This is not a full democracy, but with half democracy. I'm more like a dictator who sometimes listens to the public. Does that make sense? That's kind of the dynamic here. And this, I think, is one of those cases where we have to just listen to what people say and give it a go and see how it feels. So far, I actually don't mind it. I actually don't. I'm gonna skip this ad because I feel like it. I should put it up later today. Nice. Are you gonna do... You should do a WebGL build, man. I know when I did the game jam version for Shroud of Gloom, this one, I did both a downloadable and a web-based version. Sorry, kinda lost my voice there for a second. But according to the analytics, it is very, very clear that people on itch very much prefer browser builds. So, as you can see here, we had like 1.1 thousand views, I got 56 downloads and 648 browser builds. So I've noticed with time that, especially on itch, it just seems like people really do prefer web games, which is unfortunate, especially for me, because I found the standalone build, especially at first, to be a little bit more stable, but it's hard to argue with those numbers. Same thing with my recent, this was the one I published recently, technically my first ever game. 67 views, 15 browser plays, not a single download. So this was my first game, called Pastry Pops, which I recently released my first little devlog for. So if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, you can see the full story of how I made my first ever game right over there. I promise a more recent version is slightly prettier. Ooh, let's go, man. Anyways, some parenting to do. See y'all later. Have a good one. No worries. Muito obrigado. Once again, Coding, appreciate the raid and have a good one, man. So it's like the Democracy in Helldivers? Maybe. Maybe. I have not played Helldivers, but if you say so, it might be. It might be. Is it worth playing? Managed democracy. Yeah. A strictly managed democracy where I always have the veto vote. That's kind of what we're doing. It's about bad actors. Not everyone is gonna post a downloadable game. Yeah, no, I think that is true as well. I think what you're referring to is that people can be more skeptical downloading something compared to playing it in the browser. And I do think that one is one of the reasons. I think that's what you're referring to. And then I also think it's the convenience. Because a browser build you can play with one click, right? It's literally click play and the game is up. Whereas a browser build will be download, maybe skip the optional payment, click download again, open your downloads, zip up the file, run the game. You know, it's like 10 clicks instead. Which, if you know anything about people on the internet, whenever you add even just one extra click for them to do, they are much less likely to go through with it. People do not have very long attention spans today. That is just how it is. Okay, so this is what we did. I can now click M to open and close the map. And I can click, if I give myself the flashlight, we can right click to turn the light on and off. And this is actually a double function button, because we also use... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I don't think I can enable the inventory from the get-go, because it doesn't get initialized. It should though, shouldn't it? Why would you not get initialized? Can I not just, if not initialized, initialize you in a wage? Do I have a function to initialize it? That's probably in the inventory manager. On backpack acquired, we initialize all items. I'm not gonna bother. At some point I should probably fix that. It doesn't affect the game, but it would make my life slightly easier. We have some ads coming up in about half a minute for the non-subscribers. Thank you very much for your patience, I appreciate you. It's fun, but I haven't played in ages, okay. So the post, do you still play it these days when you have some time? Helldivers, I know I've heard of it. I know I've heard of it, but I don't think... Oh wait, this was not what I expected. Oh, it's like top-down. But there's a there's a second one too, right? Yeah, Helldivers 2. Oh, that's different, okay. What's the 2015? Okay, so this one was quite late, or quite a long time ago. 2024. I mean, it does look kinda sick, not gonna lie.
They arrived without warning, laying waste to our peaceful colonies, crushing all resistance. They stole our citizens' homes and their minds, and something
Kinda freaky.
much worse, their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked, our greatest heroes arrive to set them free.
Swedish band, represent. Welcome back from the ads, people. Just flexing the fact that this is a Swedish song.
Together,
Really good band.
save our people from this tortured existence.
It does look kinda sick. What is this? Is this like a kinda Warframe-ish, or like
For we are those who stand in the
Borderlands-y?
way of tyranny,
Like in terms of actual gameplay?
who will give our lives today.
Online co-op, PvE, third-person shooter. Capitalism, okay. Extraction shooter. Open world. I mean, it looks kinda cool, not gonna lie. It does look kinda cool. No, since the PlayStation thing. What PlayStation thing? Right, that's the reason I haven't played in so long, I forgot. What did I miss? What has happened? Freedom. I don't remember those enemies, damn. Have they done like maybe some updates and stuff? Inventory. We should have something here. Open inventory, bool open. Perfect. So we should be able to do pretty much the exact same thing. Why not just copy it, to be honest? Let's just copy this little section. Let's throw you in here. If key code I is pressed in gameplay. Okay, so we need to calculate. We know here we want to show inventory, right? No? Show inv. Open inventory, okay. Open inventory, true. And at some point we want to close it. How do we calculate whether it is showing or not? Well, we should check whether the open inventory parent object, no, open inventory object is active, I suppose. We also do have hide and show position here, which we could use as well. I think we might just check if this one dot active self, and then we can just turn this little bugger into a else statement. Remove this. Let's see if that works. They sold the game on Steam, and in 5 months they were ordered by their publisher, PlayStation, that to keep playing the game, people need to register using PlayStation accounts. Oh, so even on Steam that is. Many countries don't have access to PlayStation account as they're region locked, but the game was sold out. Oh damn, that's kind of fucked up, not gonna lie. Yep, holy shit, okay. Dude, I mean, I understand it, like, because it's a business thing, right? They're trying to get more people connected to, like, the PlayStation network or whatever you want to call it. But at the same time, it's kind of... It's just annoying, like, there is no worse thing than when you boot up a game on Steam and you have to log into another account and you're like, fam, I'm already logged in. I'm logged into Steam, why do I need to log in here as well? Do you know what I mean? But oh well. I mean, there are worse things, arguably. There are definitely worse things. I shouldn't say that's a worst thing, because it definitely isn't. There is a lot of way worse things in the world, but it's still annoying. Ooh, that's an issue. It doesn't trigger the full animation. I can probably close it from here. Even closing doesn't work. Okay, something weird is going on. Open inventory. Open inventory parent object. Oh, is that... Oh, that's one I need to check then. But no matter what, why do I not get do fade, inventory animation false? I don't trigger the animation from here, do I? Inventory animation, bool show. So we trigger that one when we close it, but not when we open it. Okay, so what we need to do is change this to parent, open inventory, parent objects. And then we are going to say that if you try to open it, we want to do the inventory animation true and then open inventory. Maybe there should be a bit of a delay in there, because this might look a little bit weird. It's possible. Because normally you show the animation here and then you open it. Now you're gonna do both of these things with one button, which means that it's gonna be like this. Wait. Boom. It's going to open immediately, right? Nope. It still doesn't work. If open inventory parent object dot active self. Oh, I flipped this. Okay. If this is not the case. If it is not active, then you show the animation and you open the inventory. Otherwise, if this is active, then you close it. There we go. That should work. Of course it's a business, but should make it from the get-go. Yeah, I mean, personally I think they shouldn't even do it. Let's be honest, yeah, because I just think it's just a hassle having to keep track of more accounts, kind of unnecessarily, like when you're already logged into Steam. But yeah, I don't know. The eyebrow shrug of confusion, we all know that. It's been quite a while since all that happened, but as far as I know, the devs went back and forth with PlayStation about that whole PlayStation Network thing. It's just a shit show, damn. More like disappointment. The game was amazing and actually made me happy. Even playing with randoms was amazing. Some of the best audio design you can find these days, damn. That's some high praise. God, I'm stuck with my platformer game, I'm so dumb. Why? What do you mean, Slayton? That's kinda weird. Okay, I think we're gonna stop the whole thing where I automatically close the inventory by going away from it. That it just complicates things. What I think we're gonna do instead is make sure that if I click here, then we close it. Even if I'm holding an item, we should close it. Or if you click I again. What's up, Ameripon? Welcome in, man. But overall, this does seem to be working. Can open and close with a shortcut. Can also open and close the map. And we can toggle this one. I think those are really the key bindings that we need. But I don't like that this one instantly opens. I want this to open after this is done. I don't... Oh, wait. What happens if I spam this one? I mean, that's kind of fine, to be honest. How you doing, Ameripon? Did you have a good weekend? I could just add a delay. I could also pass in a bool. We already have a bool though. So I'm just trying to figure out how I want to solve this. I don't think I want to do a coroutine. I feel like that's gonna make stuff messy. Maybe I just do a new function for this. I think I might. But how does that help me though? Just, I need to know this duration. I don't want to copy paste this code. This is public, so I don't think I can add more parameters to solve it either. Because I would like to do something like a dot on complete, open it. A coroutine could work if I made sure that you can't spam click it. So that would mean we have to do something similar to the other object where we actually calculate whether it is fully open or not. Which we should be able to do since we handle this very similarly. Here we should have something like inventory animation. Inventory button, do local move. Oh yeah, so we check both the inventory button and the open inventory transform. Okay, we might want to do that no matter what. So, since this always opens it, I think we can just check if the inventory transform, the open inventory transform dot local position dot y is equal to, this is where we hide it, so this is if it is equal to the open inventory hide position. If the inventory is at the hiding position and you click on I, then we open it. Else if the open inventory transform dot local position y is equal to the open inventory show position, then we hide it. Now you should not be able to spam click it in the same manner. Yeah. The only thing I don't like is that what happens if I hold here and then click I? Oh, then I hide it. That's a bit weird. So this does add a bit of issues, because we need both of these systems to work well individually and simultaneously. Yes. Which I'm not exactly certain how I want to solve this. So how is... Oh, now that is at the start. Okay, so what if we also... open inventory local position is equal to open inventory hide position. Okay, so here we check if the parent object is active. So only close it if it is at the open position and the inventory itself is open. But if that's not the case, then we should probably open it instead, just without the inventory animation. This is what I mean, there's a lot of like edge cases here. So if it is at the open inventory position and the open inventory isn't active, then I think we should just open it. Exactly, that makes more sense. And now if I click I, we should close it. Nope. Okay, so now I can't close it instead. I can close it here. Why can I close it now? But not now. Am I missing some edge case or something? No, because if the open inventory transform, if it's at the hide position, no wait, if it's open, if it's at the open position, at the show position, and the object is active, then we should close it. Now that worked, okay. Now it should be at the open show position, but it is not active, which means that we should open it. And now we must go back to the other one. It's at the show position, but it is active, which means that if I click I now, we should close it, but that does not work. Why? No, wait, let's do this beforehand. Let's do a bit of debugging here. Whenever we click on this, let's check. Bool, no. String position is equal to no. What's up, Jin? Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, we want to do some debug log here, where we say something like position is equal to no. Position equals position state equals state. This is what I want to do. So we're gonna say that this is just temporary stuff, so let's just code it dirtily and get it to work. I am going to copy this. I want to check this before I do anything, right? I want to see the state when I click on it. Yeah, that's the important thing. So we want to do it before we do any changes. So if open inventory hide position string position is equal to nothing, string state is equal to nothing. I don't want to spam the redeems, but hydrate and stretch? No. You can't make me do shit. What you gonna do now, eh? Huh? Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Cheers.
Oh, okay. Cheers, Jin. Oh, shit.
Jinx is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Okay, okay. Maybe I shouldn't bend that cocky. How you doing, Jin? Did you have a good weekend? I hope you did. Open inventory local position.y. If it is at the hide position, then position equals hidden. If it is at the show position, then position equals shown. Otherwise, if it's at any other type of position, then position equals some weird fucking midpoint somewhere. I don't know, Lemao. And then state is equal to open inventory parent object dot active self. If that is true, then it is open. Otherwise, it must be closed. Wait, what am I doing wrong here? Plus position, plus state. What? Okay, I don't know what's going on, so I'm gonna do this. We're gonna turn this into a string. We're gonna go position, and then state is equal to state, boom. He opened the floodgate, yeah, exactly. What's up, Japan? How you doing, man? How you doing, Chappy? How's Chatticus? I'm doing quite well. I'm doing quite well. Had a chill weekend, sorted out a bit of a pitch deck today, and now I'm playing around a bit with some keybindings for the game. Kind of interesting. So far so good, just sorting out some kind of edge case here. But yeah, we can now turn on and off the flashlight with right click. We can now open the map with M and close it, and open the inventory with I. But this is where I would like to see some of these debug logs, because we have some weird edge case happening here. So now we should be able to show it, because position is hidden and the state is closed. Now if I click again, we should hide it, because the position is shown and the state is open. I don't have to check if it is open when it's hidden, because it should not be able to, that should not be able to happen. However, it's weird when I do this, because now it should be at the show position. But it is closed, which means that we should open it. Yeah, because position is shown, but the state was closed. So then we made it open. And what happens now if I click on I? Position equals some weird fucking midpoint somewhere. Okay. So for some reason this doesn't exactly line up with the position. That's the issue. Galfi, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Not too bad, not too bad. Did a lot around the house, still more to go, but at least today is holiday, so it's quiet outside, nice. Are you doing some renovations or something, or what's up? If you don't mind, of course. Haven't touched my game though, so that's fun. Ouch, yeah. I mean, sometimes real life does get in between, doesn't it? Okay, so what if we check if it's like almost at the position instead? That should solve this, right? Because I think the issue here is that we are working with floats, and floats are fucking weird. What holiday is it? I have no clue. I have no clue. I don't think we have anything special today. In Sweden. Nope. This is just another Monday. We do have Mother's Day on this Sunday though. And there's a bit of a holiday next week, on Thursday. Yeah, you can't represent 0.1 exactly in floating point. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the issue here, right? Because it is basically being shown, but because this isn't exactly at the show position, we get this, which means that it doesn't treat this directly. So we can't only do if it's less than or equal, we need to check if it's slightly under the open show position or even more. Okay, so let's actually look at what those positions are. So the hide position should be, let's see, 0, is it? Yeah, this is the one we move. So minus 105. Nope, that cannot be the one I move. Well, it is for the open inventory, which is the one we're checking anyway. So if we activate this and this, then that is the hide position. And the show position is like here. So it goes between minus 36 or something and minus 74. So what if we just do like a few pixels of a difference there? So we say if this open position that's higher up on the y-axis, that should be a greater number. So if this is greater than or equal to inventory hide position minus 5. And then here we check if it is... Wait, minus should take me further down. If it's anything greater than that, it should be fine. So in the hide position, we have to flip it, right? Now we have to add a little bit, get it slightly higher, and then check if it's lower than that value, right? So if it's less than the open inventory show position plus 5. This should give us a little bit of a buffer. I don't know if there's a better way of doing this. There probably is. I could track the state somehow or whatever. But I think this is fine. If it works, it works. I mean, I don't know if it works, but we're gonna see whether it works or not. The condo is doing a replacement of all the balcony doors and windows, but we finished the balcony. All the windows for the rooms should be in a couple of months. Was a good opportunity to reorganize the condo as well. Nice. Oh, it's a Victoria Day in Canada. Ah, nice. I love a victory. Let's go. Be right back. See you soon, Jin. Appreciate ya. Sit down. Okay, let's do it. Okay, my logic is wrong somewhere. Position shown, state equals open. Position shown, state equals open. So why are you not hiding? Oh no, I messed up. I messed up. Yeah, I did. This is the hide position. I flipped them. Right, so this needs to be minus, which means that this needs to be greater than, which means that this must be less than, and this must be plus. Whoopsie, a little bit of a logical error there on my part. So now I should be able to spam it a little. It shouldn't have to go all the way up and down. Yeah, that actually feels better. I think it was a little bit slow before. Now my question is, what happens if I do this and then open? Okay, and now close. That's kind of fine. Okay, so it stays open because I'm still hovering here. However, if I did this, went here, and then boom, then it closes. I wonder if I should do the same thing with the map. I probably should do a little bit of a buffer here as well. Hide position is a lower value, so we want to add a little bit, and then check if it's still less than. So if it is less than or equal to the map hide position plus 5, then we show the map, and then here it should be the opposite. So if it's greater than this, minus 5. I know I'm using like these little magic numbers here. I think it's fine. Who's gonna know? No one's gonna know. So now we should be able to spam the map a little bit more. I think maybe on the map it's such a long animation, or distance-wise. Maybe we should have even more of a buffer on this one. Is it crazy to go like 10? You know what, so far I'm actually not that... I don't really mind having these keybindings in. Map show position. If it's greater than the show position, minus 10 should take me lower. So we should have 10 pixels. Okay, where is the show position? Like here. That's not working. I have to wait for it to fully finish. Is that because this one does something weird? No. Am I misunderstanding something here? Map transform the local position Y is less than or equal to the hide position. Hide position is a lower number because it's lower on the screen. So we check, we add plus 10, so we get a higher position. So we have a bit of a buffer, and then we check if it's less than that value. That should be correct. Here we do the opposite. We check if the local position.y is greater than map show position is a higher number. We do minus 10 to get it slightly lower. And then we check if it is greater than this value. That should work. I don't feel like it's working though. If I put my cursor right here, that's at the very top. If I spam click this, I should be able to get it to go down before it reaches my cursor. It doesn't. I can hear that I trigger multiple shows, so I think it's working on the other side, weirdly. Wait, I wasn't paying attention the past 2 hours. It happens. Hide position plus 10. Show position... Okay, minus 50. Let's be... This is gonna... That must be a massive difference in the position. No difference. I don't think this is working for the map. I must have something here that checks it. Oh, if it is not equal to the map show position, return. But if I'm supposed to show it, then we always do. But when I'm supposed to hide it, I check. The thing is that I can't change this variable. I could add a new one. Maybe that's what I should do. Okay, let's do this. Show and hide position. Let's add a private float called map show position limit. That is a mouthful. Let's default this to, let's say we get the button hide position. The other ones are defaulted, are they not? Yeah, just they're serialized, so they should be. Which means we should be able to access it right now. So this is equal to the map show position. Show position is a higher number, so to get a buffer we make it smaller. So we go minus 10. Map hide position limit is equal to map hide position. This should be the opposite, so we do plus 10. A field initializer cannot reference the non-static field method or property map.map show position. Whoa. Okay. So I need to do this in a wait. I think that's what they're trying to tell me. So we set it up there, and we default it to 0 here. And now we don't have to do this. We can just check if this is equal to the map hide position limit. Check if this is greater or equal to the map show position limit. And then we should be able to do the same thing here. This is to make sure that you can click on it before it's fully... what? If show. So this is when you want to hide it. If it's not fully up, you can't start hiding it. But then we just switch this into... if this is less than the map show... wait. Yeah, if it is less than the map show position limit. Okay, so the position, the show position is like here. The show position limit is slightly below. So when you want to hide it, I check if you are below the limit, then we return. That should be fine. I don't know why I have to visualize this with my hands, but I kind of do. There's a lot of variables here. And it is actually arguably easier to actually be able to visualize it. I don't know if I look like a fucking weirdo doing it, but if that's the case, then so be it. Okay. Okay, this is the show position. Can't even see if it reaches it or not. Okay, it doesn't. That looks fine. But I think we can have it on this one. I think we can have even more of a buffer. Show position, maybe even both. Maybe we do like 25. Okay, so I can trigger it twice now. This is when I feel like maybe we should have like states, like open, hiding, hidden, showing. So we can track whether it is in that state or not. And then we just check the state instead. That would probably be better. Yeah, because now you can, at the top you can kind of spam it. Which I don't love. I don't think I'm gonna sort that out now. I think this is fine for now, but it's probably something we should sort out at some point. I think doing states for the map is probably gonna make my life easier. It's gonna be easier to like write this code as well. Because then we can just do like, if you're trying to trigger the show animation, we just check if it is already showing, then return. And you won't be able to spam it. But, I mean, overall basically have working key bindings now. That is pretty cool. Definitely some polishing and stuff we could do, but overall, I quite like it. Why does this happen? Why do I have to zoom out so much to be able to see this? I can't work like this. Why is this happening? This is an issue I've started getting recently. How did I fix it last time? Was it to enable and disable 2D? No. I can't see shit. If anyone knows why this happens, please let me know. I think the issue is the Z-axis. Like I think I zoom through the thingy, but it shouldn't be. I should be able to be closer, and I know every now and then it starts working again. Oh, look at that, that's interesting. The buttons are actually in front of the menu. Is it that way in all of these? And the back button in audio is... You should be at 0. And here, boom, all the way down to language, 0. This is not the issue, but might as well fix it. 0. Oh yeah, we should add a... I think we need to add a back button to the language selection as well. I thought it was unnecessary because if you select a language, you go back automatically. But I've had a few playtesters now mention the fact that it felt weird that there wasn't a back button here. And, you know, I think it was Emisis who said the other day, or was it even today, I think, when I was lurking or watching his stream. He had a pretty good quote, which I think is true. If it's something like, if enough people say that it's a bug, it kind of is, whether it is or isn't. Does that make sense? I don't know, I'm paraphrasing this in a really bad way. He explained it much better, to be honest. But that's basically the gist of it. Like, whether it technically is a bug/issue or not, in your mind, doesn't matter. Because if enough players tell you that this seems like a bug or an issue, then it kind of must be a bug or an issue. Does that make sense? What's up, Lyometech? How are you doing? Nice to have ya. Hope you had a good weekend. Okay, look, now it works. Now I can be this close. So I don't know why this happens. But now I can zoom in on this stuff without an issue. So weird. New playlist? Me? Are you talking about me? I'm definitely not having a new playlist. I never have a new playlist. I listen to the same shit every day. I think we're going to make this non-interactable because I don't have it in the game. Disable color, copy, checkmark, paste. I think we might add puzzle hints at some point. But if it's not in the game, we should hide it to make that very obvious. I was watching a documentary on park rangers and how the quote that's been haunting me was talking about making a locking trash can that humans can use but bears can't figure out. He said that there's a lot of crossover between the smartest bears and the dumbest people. And I can't stop thinking about it. That is fucking hilarious. So yeah, basically struggling finding that line where like we have to make it smart enough so that the most clever bear can't figure it out. But now the issue is that the dumbest people can't figure it out either. Oh, that's actually funny, man. Oh shit, I think that's gonna haunt me as well now. Maybe I just never heard this particular track for some reason. There are quite a lot in this one. This playlist has 124 songs in it. So there is quite the collection. What was I doing? Controls. We need to update this. So I think if we're gonna have keybindings, they need to be rebindable. You should be able to rebind. That is the term, right? Rebinding. Rebinding a key. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do it now. I don't know how we're gonna do it. I haven't done that type of like remapping before. But I think it should be fairly easy with the new... what do you call it? New input system. I think it's fairly easy. So that might be something to look into maybe next stream. What are you working on today? I started off the stream sorting out a bit more of my pitch deck for the game. Just like a, you know, small little document to be able to show potential publishers or whatnot. And then we started working on key bindings. I've had quite a few people who wanted to have key bindings in the game, so I thought, you know, as I said before, I think if enough people say it, then we probably should have it. I guess we could add them here now as well. Interact / select item. Should I do toggle flashlight / these? No, because you want to be able to rebind them differently, I think. Just, it's weird now, but just the deselect item has the same key binding as the flashlight. Just that it checks whether you are actually holding an item or not. Looking good. I'll keep watching in co-working mode. Let's go. Appreciate ya. I do think I'm gonna have to end the stream relatively soon. But we shall be back on Wednesday as per usual. Let me just sort this out. So this would be toggle flashlight. And then somehow we're gonna make this actually rebindable later on. Right mouse button. Secondary button icon. Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna do icons for all of these. No, I'm not. That's too much work. It's not really, but I'm not gonna do it. Show inventory. This is now I. Then we have map. To be fair, these are actually both though. It's show and hide. It's not really correct to say show. So we could do show slash hide, or we can simplify it and just say inventory I. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. Oh, you know what? I just realized we have another issue. I think you can open the map and the inventory at the same time now. We need to have some override there where we check, like, if you open the map, we check if the inventory is open, and if it is, then we also close it. I think that's how we need to do it. Okay. So should this just, to be consistent, should we just say flashlight here? I wonder what happens here. What do I use to be able... Because I'm assuming that we're gonna do something where you can, like, click to rebind. We listen for input. And depending on the inputs that you've selected, we update it, right? So yeah, it doesn't... maybe it could be simple. It could just be... It could be a literal button that just says, like, rebind. And when you click on that one, maybe we open a little pop-up that says, like, listening for input. You click on a button and then it goes, boom, are you happy with this? Or maybe this key binding is already in use, so you need to select a new one. Yeah, I think that should be quite easy. And I think the new input system does have some form of a function to make it a bit easier, rebinding. I also need to teach this in the tutorial though. That is something we have to keep in mind as well. Because now we only say, like, click on the inventory to open it. But we need to do something where we say, like, click on it or press I, or whatever you have changed the key binding to. That's important to remember. If you change the key bindings before playing through the tutorial, it needs to show the updated button. How are you doing key bindings? How do you mean? Do you mean like rebinding them, or the actual functionality of using the key binding? Or the shortcuts? Because in terms of, like, being able to rebind the keys, I'm not fully sure yet. But I think, which is, I need to look up how the new input system actually works. But I'm thinking that we could do something where we have a button next to all of these that says, like, rebind. And if you click on that key, maybe we pop open a little box that says waiting for input. You can use input.getButtonDown instead of get key down. That way they change based on string inputs. Wait. Get button down instead of get key down. That way they changed based on string inputs. Oh, string button name. That's true. During the frame, the user pressed down the virtual button identified by button name. So this, yeah, this basically... Here, so the difference is really that you're using strings here as the identifier rather than the key code, which you use when you do get key down. Yeah, this might be useful. I also don't know, because this is not the new input system, right? So I don't know if we have to use this or if we can do something using the new input system. I think that's something we need to look into, but otherwise this we should definitely use. I mean, I think you could mix them as well, like you could probably use this one to then update the new input system. But I imagine, since I think rebinding keys are potentially easier through the new input system, we might as well do kinda use that for this as well. New input system takes a while to understand. I did use it for both of my RPG games I made. Let's be honest, both of the RPG games that I abandoned. If you want to see the story of how I didn't finish my RPG game and instead finished something else, here's a little devlog on YouTube showing you how I first got into game development. But I feel like, I mean, you could probably do it... I mean, you could actually do rebinding with the old system quite easily as well. I don't know, does this work with controllers? Or is this only for actual keyboards? Does that matter? I am pretty sure I'm not gonna have controller support anyway. It does? Okay. Maybe I don't need to use the new input system then. This could actually be fine. Because all we really need to do is to save like a static... either string for the button name, or we save a static key code. We use this to get this, and there's probably some way to reverse this into a key code. We save that, and whenever you check for input, you check that one, blah blah blah. When you rebind it, we take this, and then we update the static bool. So yeah, we could actually probably do everything through the old system as well. It might actually be better when... because it's not gonna be... the system is going to be fairly simple anyway. I think it was different with my RPG games, because I had like controller support and stuff. And I think that's where the new system might be better, when you have multiple alternatives of input. Because you can have them all active at the same time. But maybe for this game, since I don't think we're gonna have any controller support, maybe we should just use this. I would say old input system, keep it simple. Just have the user type in the key code when they change. Yeah, exactly. We'll just wait and listen for input. And then update it. Do some check, make sure that this is not used somewhere else, and then boom, update it. I don't think the new input system is better, to be honest. It just uses less code. Interesting. Yeah, I've used both a bit, but never gone like super deep in either one, I suppose. But yeah, it seems like... but this, if I click M, I assume that this is still only going to give me an M, right? So wait, how is this different? Because what if I just made the cheat codes into strings? Wait, what happens if I need to localize this? Maybe I can't do it that way. Wait, do I need to make a localization table for every fucking button on the keyboard? Because if you're playing in Swedish, we would not say space, right? Get key down cheat code space. Just here it would be fine, only using cheat codes, because I could just... Should I not just turn this into a string? Or where am I? Would I get cheat code dot space then? Right, that is not what I want. So yeah, in that case, this probably is better. Yeah, maybe we should use this one. Joysticks don't have cheat codes though. Ah, okay. But yeah, that should be fine, because I very much doubt that this is the type of game that you would play with a controller anyway. Like, just inherently, I think this game translates really badly to controller. So I don't think that's an issue. Ooh, inverting the mouse buttons would be an issue now, because flashlight and interact are now on the same button, technically. But I think I might remove this. I don't know, I don't think I need to have a invert mouse buttons thingy. I imagine that most people, if you really want to use inverted buttons, I think you do it on like a hardware level or on like a OS level, rather than in every single game you ever play. So I think we can just remove this setting. I think so. However, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where we're gonna have to end it for today, but please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. As always, thank you all so much for watching, I really do appreciate it. And ML Jesus, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate ya. Wait, is Code Red Games live again? It is. Code Red Games is live. Kinda sick. Someone set up a Twitch Plays Roadblight the other day. It was a regular human, Mr. Elliptic, gamedev. Dude, that's a lot of people live today. I don't usually end this early. Thanks for the stream. Have a great evening. Thank you very much, Jew. Appreciate ya, as always. If anyone hasn't, of course, make sure to wishlist the game. If you want to connect more with the community, go ahead and join the Discord. If you miss me too much, then feel free to watch my new devlog that's out on YouTube. Posted it like 5-6 days ago or something. My first little venture into the game dev sphere on YouTube, so would appreciate the support. Who are we going to? Let's go to Code Red Games. Looks like does he have some new art in the game? Or you know what? Wait. Sorry about this. Me being indecisive here. I think, if I am not mistaken, 8 bits a byte just finished his first ever game. Like his first game project is actually finished. I think that means we should go over to him. I think he finished it like yesterday or something. He's up on itch, so that's pretty GG. I feel like we should share some love. We can raid Code Red another day. GG's, thank you very much for dropping by, Japan. Thank you so much to everyone. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out. It does mean a lot. Shout out to all of the raids today. We have Codin, we have a Mises. We also had Beads and Hey Jew. Appreciate all of ya. We also had Auto Shoots with the resub, as well as Bjarne, very much appreciated. Thanks to all of the new followers, and as always, I will be back on Wednesday for yet another stream. For now, let's go over to 8 Bits a Byte is currently co-streaming with gamedev. So let's jump over there, throw that chirpy raid in the chat. Let's represent the community. Yeah, other than that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Really, thank you all so much for sticking around. Your support truly means a lot to me. So, yeah, cheers. See you on Wednesday, guys. Cheers.